Boom. Here I am. This is me. Whoa. Coming back at you from my office. Okay, see, the weird thing here is there should be... I feel like there should be music right now, and I don't think you guys can hear it because... nope, that works. Okay. Oh, wait, no, there is sound. I see there's sound. It's just very quiet. That's fair. All right, I don't want that too loud. I'm sure it's just that the song was kind of quiet. Hello. Hello, welcome, everyone. It's Friday. Welcome back. Such graceful greetings, not awkward at all, ever. And listen, if you think you're like the master pro at greetings, I invite you to do all the greetings for me from now on. I'll just pre-record you greeting everyone instead, and you can do it instead, and that way you could just you could be satisfied with the greetings. Master greeter. Thus, we got an early job posting. Also, Kitty has fangs. I know that it seems like you are newer. But you've actually been following since way back, so you've just been very quiet. Have I seen yours? No. What do yours look like? I feel like I always caught your streams when you were already in it. Is it like this kind of finger heart? Can you see that? Does that work? Oh, it's kind of hard to do. I am a quiet kitty. I see. I thought maybe you slipped in on one of the recent raids, because you've been popping up quite a bit. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad to see you. Finn. Oh, Finn, perfect. Oh no, you do that. You do that thing. I'm not a professional at that, but I hope it works for you. You know, I hope that gets it done. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you go ahead and record an intro, and I'll go ahead and I'll put it in. Right before the stream really starts, I'll just show your intro instead, and so you can fix it. So yeah, welcome everyone. It's Friday. You did it. You made it. I hope all is well. Oh, broke her hip? Oh, crab. I'm sorry that crab grandma. Crab grandma. I'm sorry to hear. I hope that it ends up working out. It seems like that's such a common, like, injury that it's kind of like bound to happen to everyone who was older. I wish I could say that I still had grandparents around, but I do not, unfortunately. So definitely, if you have grandparents out there and they're still up, around, and alive, spend as much time with them as you can would be my recommendation for you. It's sad that as children we don't maybe understand the value of grandparents, but as an adult, man, what I would give to have another day with my grandparents. I'm down to 3 out of 4. You mean you still have 3, or you mean you have 1? I barely have parents left. I've been lucky enough that I still have both my parents. I have questionable grandparents. Yeah, I think most of us are probably in that same situation with not having grandparents. So if you are lucky enough to have them, definitely spend the time. Oops, all alcoholics. Oh, Anne, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's rough. Soul, yeah, you did it though. It's the end of the week. You have done it. It is actually Friday, and so I hope that your Friday goes well. I'm pretty excited for what we're gonna do, which is, you know, the same thing we did yesterday, which is gonna be more games. So I hope that's what you want, because that's what we're gonna do. My other grandmother lived till 102? That's crazy. Fillet some bodies. So there was a trailer that was sent to me by Show that I haven't watched yet, and I figured we would just watch it together. It's a trailer for a studio called Blumhouse Games, who is, I guess, a new horror developer. Hi, Nana. And I figured that we would watch it together because that would just be fun. My boyfriend lost his dad earlier this year, 1 week before the 20th anniversary of his mom's passing. Ooh, I'm sorry to hear. That's rough. I do believe it is the Blumhouse movies. Yeah. They are a horror movie studio, but they're doing games now, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, the same Blumhouse. That very same. Anyway, so there's this trailer that I haven't seen, but I figured we would watch it together and just see what they're offering. Not like Blumhouse. Yeah, it's the exact... Anyway, here we go. Oh, nope. Nope, I'm out. Nope. Fucking no thank you. Not doing that. All the enemies in this game are dolls? No. Oh, is this a spooky farming game? Oh! Oh, that's cool. It's like a pixely horror game.
I cannot sleep. I cannot sleep. I must not sleep.
Sleep awake.
I am terrified to sleep. And I am scared to death to stay awake.
Don't worry, Viv. If any
an old, like, PlayStation horror.
I'll protect you.
Oh, Fear the Spotlight. We played.
I'll save you. No
We
matter
played
what.
that demo.
Just
We didn't
go
play the full
home,
thing.
Viv. Amy!
The local police department asked me to help with a case. Why would they need a game designer?
Oh, that's cool.
It should have some developer mode.
Oh, that's really neat. The future was meant to be broken.
Dark times await us.
What a cool logo for your studio. I just want to see that part again. Hold on, back it up. I really like that logo animation. It's just like a movie trailer. What a super cool logo. Yeah, so I'm not always the biggest fan of shooter horror games because I feel like it removes a lot of the horror. And so when you have that kind of like almost BioShock kind of deal, I feel like those games are not always going to be as scary as something that takes away your ability to defend yourself. But that being said, I'd be interested. We played Fear the Spotlight. There was a demo for it a long while ago. It was really not bad. And so if that is the quality of games that they're going to be putting out, I feel like probably they have a good chance, but they kind of like to shit on people, but they've effed over the actors and directors that they've worked with. I don't know anything about that, Anne. All I know is that Blumhouse does. Oh, he said some not very nice things. Was he associated with that? Yeah, because I would be curious. I'm pretty sure they're just the umbrella over the individual studios. Because Fear the Spotlight was out way before they were under any umbrella of any other game studio. So they may just be publishing. But I would need to look into that. I would need to check. Because I would hate to penalize studios like Fear the Spotlight if all they did was find a publisher. Yeah. They're publishing. Okay. So yeah, anything that they have their hands on, you know, it may be best to steer clear, but if they're just publishing, I wouldn't want to punish the devs for going for the best deal that they could get. Unless it was really, really heinous what the producers and people said. I suppose it depends. Like for example, right? And I'm not saying this is what happened, but if Blumhouse, you know, the studios and execs were like, we love Nazis, then it would be like, oh, okay, we're probably going to stay away from just their whole portfolio, you know. So there's varying degrees of. Yeah, we can always condemn the president. I was way behind. We were at like 27. Give me that high def. Oh, that's crisp. Yeah, I heard pretty much only good things about the FNAF movie. It was campy and silly and scary, and everyone loves Matthew Lillard, so. On another note, today's our 16th anniversary for SJ and his wife. You're fucking so old. You are so old, SJ. How are you? Gah. We're going to be studying SJ fossils soon. Got 'em. Congrats, SJ. That's a long time. Soon, some guy a million years from now is going to crack open a rock and be like, this is a fossil of a man named SJ. I can tell from the fossil that this guy told really bad jokes and bad puns. I can see it's in the fossil record. It's in his bones. It was pretty dumb? Yeah, but I mean, that's kind of what you expect from a movie like that, right? And there's nothing wrong with the movie being pretty dumb. I liked plenty of pretty dumb movies. For example, Blue Streak. Blue Streak came out in like, 2003, 2002 or something? No, maybe? Yeah, I would assume. That movie's so stupid. But it's one of those early 2000s comedies that, dumb in a non-entertaining way? I'm sorry. I had only heard people being like, it was Tango El Gato en los Pantalones. You said you got a big cat in your pants. Oh yeah, that's just macho. Okay, Miles. Oh dude, I've watched that movie so many fucking times. In middle school, I think my buddy and I just had that movie on repeat whenever I would go over to his house to play video games. We would just have that movie on in the background. Put your hands on the noodles. Put them on the oodles and noodles. Chicken or beef? Chicken. That was Dave Chappelle in his super early career. That was way back. Willow, your vibe did definitely work. I'm sorry I'm on the green screen cam, but it did work. Well, look, you shouldn't look. You see, it's doing its thing. It is update. It is 98 degrees outside right now, but only 50% humidity, which is really nice. So we got that going for us. I need to work on my 2-finger heart. There's another movie with Nick Cage. Oh yeah, Willy's Wonderland or whatever it is. Yeah, that's that movie I feel is not that weird for Nicolas Cage, but weird for everyone else. It just makes me wary. Blum is not a great person. If the person that founded the company and the head of the company is not good, I have less hope for the rest. I agree with you to a point, but I would not cast doubt on the actual developers if they are separate from Blumhouse, you know? Willy's Wonderland was amazing. Yeah, I've never seen it, but it's just another one of those movies where I heard that it was, you know, it's funny and stupid, and I'm pretty sure that Nick Cage doesn't actually say anything the whole movie. He's just silent, which might be better for Nick Cage, to be honest. Man, I gotta tell you, my stomach this morning was so upset after eating Taco Bell Cheez-It menu items. It's probably just Taco Bell in general, but holy shit. Moo, can you please not put sand in my socks? One of my socks has a hole in it, I just found out this afternoon. I want them to do a remake of Ben-Hur, except starring Nick Cage. I would like them to do it as Nick Cage, but I want every character to just be Nick Cage. I want him to play every character in the movie. Yeah, it is tough. And I think that's where the consumer's gonna need to make a choice. I think the consumer's gonna have to make a choice with that one, right? And so if we're trying not to support Blumhouse Studio, but again, you don't want to punish the developers who maybe have no real connection other than someone is funding their projects, because this may have been their one way out. It's like, oh, we can get a studio to you know, publish our shit. And so I would be interested in how the deal came about. That I think that would affect it for me, is how the deal got made. You know, like the Fear the Spotlight. Did they approach Blumhouse? Did Blumhouse just offer to make their game? You know, what's the situation there? Because sometimes I've seen developers be like, we need to find a publisher because if we don't get some capital injection, we just have to scrap the project, so we'll take anybody, you know? Neat. Yeah. Why did that asterisk that? I don't know what word you typed under there. Tits? Did you type the word tit? Oh. You did not type the word regardless. That's only 3 asterisks. I can't count great, but I know that that's more letters than asterisks. Let's see what else. I think that was mainly it. And type the baddest word known to man. Yeah, Twitch chat didn't like that. I don't know why. Twitch chat sometimes just it removes stuff all the time that's like, nah, that word's really not that offensive. I accidentally missed a space in between regardless.its. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you have a period like that, it will interpret it as a link. Yeah. Yep. That is almost certainly exactly what happened. Not a lot happening on the street today. I like the shoulder bags those guys have, though. House of Sanskara? Oh, that was that beach we were on. Just a second ago. That was the... yeah, I think it's called the House of Sanskara. Yeah, so far there's no truck blocking us, but I'm sure here comes the truck now. Oh no, he's parking way down there. Never mind. I was gonna say absolutely positive this truck is going to come down here and park that fucking thing right in front of this camera. Anyways, naturally, I'm far too invested in horror overall. Horror overall. Including film production, creation, etc. I played on the new ice map and froze to death. Yeah. Yeah, if you go down... Let's see, I think you can freeze in the water, right? But there's also just, like, the fog that comes in. There's also bards now. Yeah, I did actually know that. Because I watched Cirquisha play quite a bit of it, and he would do PvP as a bard all the time. And he'd run around with his loot, like running away, you know, trying to play rhythms and run away. I think it's called Cuff Bust. What is a cuff bust? What are we talking about? A priest in Imam and a rabbit walk into a bar. The rabbit looks at the other two and said, "I'm pretty sure I'm a typo." A priest and imam? What is an imam? Oh, there's a new game by the Chu Charles dev, Cuff Bust? What is this? This has to be a multiplayer game. How many people play this together? Is this like an 8-player game? What? What the fuck is this? Please tell me this is like 10 people playing together. Because if this is a game where like people need to be on comms and directing an entire 20 people... 20 fucking people. Oh shit. Wait, is there another team? Haha. Is there a team of guards? Huh. What is this? I played multiplayer Subnautica for 24 hours straight. Damn. These thumbnails. Love it. Love it. Cuff Bust. It's on Steam. Escape prison with your friends by equipping tools, evading guards, and executing your breakout plan. 20-player lobbies. Oh, it's coming out not even this year. It's 2025. Okay. I mean, that looks super fun. It definitely looks super fun, but it's so long off. It looks wild. Oh, this lady's trying to find something in her purse. Good fucking luck. I've tried to find things in women's purses before. You can't find it. You may as well have just tossed that shit into a wormhole. Is this lady really raw dogging life with nothing in her pockets at all? Like, just nothing? That lady had, like, workout shorts. There's no way she had, like, a phone or a wallet with her. I know how to find stuff in my purse that's organized. I don't believe that. I mean, that's a nice story, but you can't fool me. No, she didn't have a fanny pack at all. She didn't have anything. I don't know how you leave the house without a wallet and a cell phone and anything at all. That's crazy to me. The assumption is that the guy with the backpack had all the stuff. But that must be so freeing to just be able to walk around with nothing in your pockets. That's crazy. Boobs question mark? What's the question? That's a really short question. Toratech, I'm sorry you didn't get the announcement song because I haven't added it properly onto the scene yet. Toratech, welcome with 23. You are so close to 2 years. You are so, I mean, 23 months is practically, practically 3 years even, you know, at that point. Anything funny happen on the cam? Not yet. Cater Tot TV, how you doing? Welcome. I don't think boobs are the best purse. I think a purse is the best purse, personally. Cater Tot, how you doing? Welcome. I think you're a newer viewer, judging from my activity list. We normally watch some live cams just before we get started playing horror games. This is the way. Cleavage, the best purse. Man, I can't imagine that is true. Because all your stuff is gonna be sweaty, isn't it? Like, is that really where you want to be putting stuff? Us. You guys ran my, speed ran my, oh, Cater Tot. Jesus. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. I just realized that I had rated you in the moment and in the fervor of the whole thing. I hadn't even, I didn't remember your name because I was like, go, 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 just raid. I was trying to catch up to Chinggis. Technically any bra can, but sports bras are superior. All right, well, I'll have to take your guys' word for it because I don't have any experience in this. I use boob storage if my hands are full and I need a temporary pocket. You could also just put things between your butt cheeks. Like if you needed to store a wallet, you could do that. But I think it's gonna get sweaty kind of the same way. So probably you wouldn't do that. That's the prison pocket. Don't be gross. I'm just saying. Can't walk and use the butt pocket? I don't know. It depends on how you walk. If you walk with a real wide stance, maybe you could. Then your wallet smells like butt sweat. To some people, that would be a plus. As a forgetful person, carrying a purse is a bad idea for me. Too easy to accidentally leave it somewhere. Oh my God. I am so terrified of ever leaving a wallet or a phone anywhere. I always do like the 3-pat. It's like you pat your right pocket for whatever's in there, your left pocket for your keys, your back pocket for your wallet, your other back pocket for your phone, and I do that usually twice to make sure that I've done it all. Fan, thank you for the gift sub to Cater Tot. I appreciate that. All my purses are crossbodies. I always have a very specific order of operations for getting all the stuff that I need before I leave the house. So I can't say that I've ever left something important like that. I really need some kind of I need some kind of message on this screen that says, like, game loading or something. Maybe I could have a scrolling ticker. You know how when you're watching the news, they have that scrolling feed usually at the bottom? Maybe I could have one of those scrolling while this is loading, so people know that this is a loading screen. I have raging ADHD. I always leave the house like a cyclone. Does that mean your husband's always on tornado watch? Oh, come on, that was funny. Come on, that was funny. If we have a ticker, it should have fake, outrageous news article titles. That would be kind of funny. That'd be kind of funny. I mean, we could do the same thing, you know, that we do for the credits. It could just scroll a random assortment of news stories that we could submit from, you know, an approved list and from the community too and stuff like that. After that one, you're never allowed to dump on my puns ever. If anything, you should have heard that joke and been like, wow, I can do better. Because that joke was fabulous. That was really good. Like, how does he do it? How does he come up with these? I forgot that we're playing this game and he has the deepest, sighiest voice of all time. Mentions missing snacks on Saturdays. My stash is just doing the best it can. That's all I can ask. I generally feel pretty bad that he has to deal with my mental illness-addled self. And I think, you know, I can't speak for your relationship, but I imagine like most guys, he, you know, realizes that he is lucky every day that, you know, he gets to be married to you. I don't think you need to feel bad for him at all. I think most guys are super appreciative of their partners and whatnot. But again, maybe I'm wrong. You brought chips? Bought chips. You're gonna party because you have chips? I hope you brought like something to dip. Guacamolito. You know what you married. That's funny. I doubt any of your guys' partners put up with you. That's so harsh. You're here now, stream can start? Well, that's perfect, Flo. I was actually just waiting for you to get here. So, that's super convenient that you got here, so we can start now. Or chip cheats, shut the fuck up. What do you mean chips and ice cream? Get out of here. Get out of here with that bullshit. Oh. Unless the chips are made... Chips. It's salty. Oh, no. Listen, I know people dunk their French fries in ice cream, and people in fucking Britain dip their French fries into mayonnaise as a... Okay? People make bad food choices all the time. Just because people do it doesn't mean it's a good thing to do. Oh my God. D, I appreciate that lurk, by the way. And Moo. Yeah, just because someone else does it, it doesn't mean that you should do it. Ice Cream and Chips was also a set of characters on Adventure Time. Oh. My wife puts up with me because I have the chiseled body of a Greek god and the mind of Socrates, but to be honest, she'd really like me to return those things to the Athens Archaeological Museum. That was at least better than your normal puns, but man, I couldn't even force a smile. As a fellow Cali boy, you dipped fries in a milkshake. Sheets, listen, that's not a California thing. That's at least not a Los Angeles thing. I feel like that is an East Coast thing. That is certainly not a Los Angeles, California kind of a thing. Because no one that I ever knew did that. I refuse to believe that's an everywhere thing. That's just atrocious. I was born and raised in Los Angeles thing. I never met a single person that would dip their French fries in milkshakes. Well, now you know one that did, bitch. All right, I mean, it doesn't make you right. You're still wrong for doing it. You don't mix. You have French fries. The French fries go with ketchup. The ice cream shake goes with itself. That's it. You separate them. Have I tried it? Yeah, because people were like, "Oh, you got to try it. It's not good." You dip your French fries in ketchup. You drink your milkshake, and never the two shall meet. Ketchup is too good. Yeah, you got to keep them separated. Listen, ketchup is too fabulous a condiment to not be dipping your French fries in. Some burgers, onion rings sometimes. Ketchup is so good. I personally prefer my French fries in either blue cheese or jalapeno ranch. Oof. I can't get behind that. I mean, maybe if you mixed it with some ketchup. But when I dip my French fries in ketchup, there's usually more ketchup than French fry. I really like ketchup. If it was the flavor of shake, would you dip it? Like, are you saying a ketchup milkshake? Do I need to answer that? If anyone dips their fries in Frosty or ranch, I legit think you're a degenerate. Chicken tenders and barbecue? Well, yeah, of course. Or honey mustard. You can dip a chicken tender in some honey mustard. That's also good. Or like a ranch kind of a deal. It's not bad. I also mix ketchup and mustard. Because mustard helps with cramps. Is that true? Or did you just make that up? Someone in here, was it Sheets, was just making shit up. Usually dump vinegar on your fries. Are you in the UK, though? Because that feels like a UK kind of a thing to do. Why does the game sound so quiet? Oh, it's... Excuse you, door. Wait, can the door... What happens if I'm in the way of a door? Oh, it kind of... Oh, the door just... The door just phases through you. What if you block the door? The door cannot be stopped. I see. Well, that's interesting. Mustard is by far the better condiment? No. I don't... The things... If someone was offering me a hamburger and they're like, you can only pick between mustard and ketchup, I would take ketchup every time. On a hot dog, I'd have to take mustard, because mustard and hot dogs, they just go, you know?
Good morning, Mr. Ridley.
Not here.
He's not here yet? No, I'll deal with Adam.
Yeah, it's definitely a British... It's definitely a British thing to use vinegar. That I do know.
Almost there.
That I do know for sure. And listen, I'm not gonna hate. Like, if you get mustard on a burger, it's fine. Mustard on hamburgers is good. But if I had to choose between one or the other, I would take ketchup.
I just need some.
But usually,
then I can get to work.
So ideally on a burger, if I'm just putting like one condiment, I'm putting Thousand Island, because that's the ultimate sauce on a burger. But also, I might do Thousand Island and ketchup if I want a lot of sauce on a thing. I feel like that is the winning, the winning combo.
I'm going to need my tape recorder for this.
But for hot dogs, you got to have mustard. Some kind of mustard. Whether it be honey or Dijon or, whatever. But you got to have mustard for a hot dog.
Autopsy dated November 22nd, 1991. 7:32 p.m. Led by Dr. Jack Hanman.
It's very quiet.
I begin by verifying the identity of the Jane Doe.
Also, here's a question for you. What do you guys believe is the best kind of meat for a hot dog? Because you can have like a regular Frank, right? Like the Ballpark or the Footlongs, whatever. But then you also have stuff like chicken apple sausages, which you can put on a bun and eat like that. Or a hot link. Or you could get, there's so many different choices. Not everything needs to just be a regular hot dog. Because I like to do the fancy sausages instead of just a regular hot dog. Like the chicken apple sausages, I'll just put one of those in a bun and eat it. Soy? Yeah, okay. Oh, boy. Best kind of hot dog meat is just to use cheese-infused Casewurst. I don't know what that is. Or, oh yeah, Polish. I'm a big fan of sauerkraut on hot dogs / sausages.
It's most likely Harper Lloyd, age 35, found in a well-owned house by her neighbors Leonard and Dorothy Chelsea. Reported missing for a week.
She was in the sewer? Because this is just a photo of a sewer cap with a red arrow, YouTube thumbnail style. And you said they were found in the house. And so I don't know why we're looking at a sewer grate.
Firefighters found the body after the Chelsea family began complaining that their tap water tasted strange, and at one point had begun to smell and turn a dark color.
You have like a water well?
It is also known that the deceased was diagnosed with affective bipolar disorder. Harper was placed on drug therapy, which she dropped out of fairly regularly. During her treatment, she was under the care of her common-law partner, Richard Benson, professional truck driver. Causaverst?
No, that word is Casewurst. We're not German. You don't have to pronounce words. You don't have to pronounce words correctly, You're free to just pronounce them wrong in the United States.
Was her partner. Harper's last message read as follows. I'm gonna take a shit in their stupid well. Then we'll see who has the last laugh.
Oh.
Nice one.
Okay, well, she definitely ate shit in the well.
Police records also show that Mrs. Lloyd was in constant conflict with her neighbors. The constant parties and subsequent brawls made living in the area nearly impossible, especially when Lloyd's partner wasn't around.
I said you could pronounce words wrong, not spell them wrong. Genius.
I proceed to open the bag and check the state of decomposition. The most important task in forensic identification of a drowned person is to distinguish whether the death occurred before or after entering the water.
So if there's water in the lungs, than it was before. I mean, it was after. But if there's no water in the lungs, then they were already dead, so they didn't. Yeah, I already know this. Right. This body's probably going to be gross because it was in a well. Your face is an idiot? Okay. Yeah, good one. Got him. Zip. Oh!
Okay. That could have been worse.
Yeah, but it also
I
could have been
carefully
better.
removed the victim's clothes so as not to damage the skin. The deceased was found. One shoe was missing.
Oh,
I'm
fuck.
going to need the camera to document all possible suspicious marks.
Right. Yeah. Water does not do nice things to,
Definitely the first thing
corpses.
that stands out is the very advanced post-mortem gigantism.
Gigantism? You mean, like, the corpse is just bloated?
The skin of the deceased appears very delicate, smooth, and relaxed from being in the water for a long time. The whole body is extremely pale.
Wow, she was just light skinned. You don't gotta be mean about it. She was extremely pale. Yeah, well, so am I. Jeez, very
There are
judgmental.
bruises and hemorrhages on the neck. These usually occur due to increased inhalation when fighting to breathe underwater.
Okay. That looks like a nasty bruise.
Post-mortem markings are seen on the underside of the body. That is, on the back, thighs, and calves of the deceased.
Okay, I'm not sure what that means, but
It's likely that the deceased was lying on her back when she was fished out.
okay, he gets a lot more information from this stuff than the player is like ready for. Oh, her feet are kind of gross. Like she's been in the water for 7 days.
So-called washerwoman skin on the feet. The deceased had indeed been in the water for a long time.
I didn't know that was up for debate. I thought they found her in the well, and so it was like, yeah, obviously she was. But
The skin
I
on
guess
the
it's always
hands can
nice
be
to confirm.
easily separated from the body. The separation takes the form of a glove.
That's gross. Okay, the arm has weird burns.
There are some obvious scratches on the skin.
Okay, or scratches. You know, whatever. I was right, too. We're both right. Okay. So I thought that maybe I needed to put these on the board in a different order. But it does it itself.
After the preliminary exam, it's time to take a closer look at this.
I wonder if it actually uses your photos. I'm not actually sure if this was the exact photo that I took. I should actually test that next time by taking like a weird photo. This game is gross. It sure is. I thought waterlogged bodies would be more bloated than this. Yeah, I mean, I can't say that I know anything about it, but I suspect it would have to do with how long the body was
Scissors. Today's date.
in the
deceased
water.
was closed. Rigor mortis does not need to be checked. Based on the state of decay, you can be sure it has subsided.
Oh, and she's missing an eyeball, which I feel like is probably something that...
Where to start? We see thick, white foam in the mouth of the deceased, resulting from pulmonary edema. Foam is a characteristic in deaths due to drowning. The spots have a purplish blue-red hue, which is a typical sign of the death of the organism.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, yeah, we already knew that she was dead on account of she's on our table, so...
There are obvious scratches on the skin, especially on the back and hands. These could be defensive wounds, evidence of some sort of altercation prior to death.
I thought those were burns, but it may just be the graphics. They look like burns.
No obvious signs of struggle. The skin on the hands would have easily peeled away from the flesh. Some of the fingers have already lost their nails.
Blech. That's kind of gross. I mean, I guess this whole game is
Due to
gross.
the fact that the deceased was wearing shoes all the time, her feet are in better condition than her hands. Nevertheless, we can still notice a clear, wavy skin and the so-called washerwoman's skin texture.
What else did I... I thought I already looked at
Pretty
this.
typical. Liver mortis are formed as a result of putrefaction of
Oh.
blood in the veins.
I don't know what that means. There are so many terms that he uses in this game, where I just have no
Okay,
idea what
that's
it
probably
means.
enough to indicate a direction for further examination.
Highlight the previously found spots on
I
the
better note
clipboard.
that down in the records.
Right,
Marks
we
found
had
on
there.
the neck and foaming at the mouth are typical signs of drowning people.
So here's another thing about this game that I think they could adjust. When we took a photo of this, like when we took a photo of the head, for example, and the mouth, he mentioned that there was, there's signs of drowning and there was foam around the mouth. And then when we used the magnifying glass, he basically repeated the same. It was foaming and around the mouth, and definitely this indicates they drowned. And then you click it on the clipboard, and he says it again. And I just don't feel like you don't need to do that, because there's already so much talking. Some of this needs to be cut out. You don't need to repeat the same
Those
thing.
abrasions appear relatively fresh. No healing or scarring is visible.
You just don't need to say it so many times,
There doesn't seem to be anything unusual about this liver mortis. Diffuse spots are caused by blood rotting in the veins.
Again, he already said that 2 other times. It just feels so weird. How would you learn? No, but the thing is, I'm not learning. Because a lot of the time when he's saying this stuff, he's using words that he'll use the same word 3 times, and I don't know what it means any of the 3 times,
Considering the deceased's penchant for drinking alcohol, it could have been a mere accident. Hands heavily wrinkled from submersion in water, typical washerwoman skin.
Huh. All right. I just think it's a lot of talking that they don't necessarily need, because you should balance teaching the player and just overdoing it. You don't know what any words mean? I mean, I know what some words mean.
In this case, the question is, was drowning an accident or of suicidal intent? Maybe it's just abrasion, or maybe the result of a fight and being pushed into a well. Their distribution suggests that the victim was probably lying on her back when fished out of the water. Liver mortis of a different color could indicate poisoning with carbon monoxide, cyanides, or nitrates. However, this is not the case here. A simple trip, loss of balance, and, as a result, you end up in a deep hole with no way out. Fortunately, the skin on the hands didn't fall off. Otherwise, I'd have trouble identifying the deceased. That's all for now. Before I begin the dissection, I'll make sure the suggested identity is correct.
How? Okay, that feels like a new tool. What do you want me to?
The suitcase with the fingerprint equipment should be around here somewhere.
Oh, this is new. Oh, this is new. Okay, we're doing a new thing.
Oh, here it is. With decomposing bodies, the tissue of the pads and the fingers tends to shrink. To remove these shrinkages, a mixture of glycerin or air is used.
I'm sorry? Like you're injecting it? Is that...
The body of the deceased is well preserved. Fingerprinting is similar to that of a living person.
Okay.
The fingerprint sheet should always be checked. Slipping fingers, too much or too little ink, or inaccurate hand position can make fingerprints illegible.
Okay, so you say that it should be done every time, but we haven't done this to any of the bodies we've had so far.
I'm going to conduct a dactyloscopic examination. If in fact the deceased is in the police database, I will find her.
A dactyloscopic... Okay.
Glycerin is injected successively between the nail and the skin of each finger. The substance then enters the fingertip, removing shrinkage and wrinkles.
Okay, it doesn't look like it's actually changing anything, but I'll assume that it's doing what it should be doing. This is specifically for drowned corpses. Well, no, he made the comment that you should always check the fingerprints of the deceased. You should always make sure you're matching identities. That was what he just said. No, he didn't say only in the cases of people who drowned should you make sure. Unless I severely misunderstood that, but it sounded like he's like, hey, you should just make sure you fingerprint every body. And that makes sense to me, because you should just do that. That, you know, what if... that just feels like a thing, you know?
Only when the skin is taut and elastic can you use ink.
How much of this do I gotta do? Oh, I wasn't actually brushing yet. Are we brushed? I feel like I have brushed it.
I think it's enough.
Okay.
I'm getting fingerprint samples. In the case of drowning victims, you have to be extremely careful. The skin may fall off the hand like a glove when you take the print. I'll use the fax machine to add the print into the system.
Okay. Okay. The injecting, the injecting is for when the skin does that. But he was saying, you know, you should always check the fingerprints. Have I gotten further? Isn't this just chapter 2? I feel like this is just chapter 2. Yeah, I think we're on 2 because we did the tutorial and then the first chapter. And now this is the second chapter, I think. I could be wrong on that one, but I think we're on 2. Here's the question. Where the fuck is my fax machine? Do I have a fax machine in my office? Oh, I didn't go through these at all. Oh, we keep real weird shit in our drawers. I don't need the bathroom. I need the fax machine. Is it maybe just up at the front counter? Okay, I have no idea. Oh. Okay, at least he's barely moving. It looks like he's having a seizure. Yeah, it looks like he's having a seizure because he's not blinking and his eyes are not moving at all, but, repeat. So he's out. Wanted. Fugitive. So this is interesting because I think we weren't supposed to see this yet. But in the story so far, we believe that he is dead. But suddenly here's a wanted poster, which means he's definitely not dead. And so I assume when we get further in on this case, they're gonna, he's gonna tell me that, oh my God, they confirmed that he is alive and he's just on the run. I still need to find the fax machine. Do I have a secret fax machine in here that I just didn't... Is it hidden? Do I hide the fax machine in my drawer? Is it a very small fax machine? Am I blind? Another person gone missing.
Kidnapping this month.
Wonder if it was Red Pete. Okay, well, somewhere there's a fax machine. Weird that you see a frozen or dead guy and think seizure. No, that guy is an alive guy. The guy at the front desk, that's a very much alive guy, I assume. Is the fax machine in the actual... It totally is. It's like right...
Oh, Jesus.
What? I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened there. He said, "Oh Jesus," and I don't know what he saw because I don't know where I was supposed to be looking. That was a little, that was messy.
And
The corpse sat up? Oh. I was so focused.
I'll run the prints against the police database on the computer.
I was so focused on the light flashing and I was confused as to what was going on. I didn't even see it. Okay.
Great. The data is there. Click upload. Now, go through the database and find a matching print. Expect possible hours of fun.
Wait, I need to do this myself?
One more. Okay. Let's check for matches.
Wait, you don't do this one at a time.
This is not our Jane Doe.
I refuse to believe that this is how.
Analyze button.
Richard, repeat.
And we have a result. Everyone has a story to tell, even if it's just a police record.
This does feel like a 1991 computer, though.
As predicted, the deceased turned out to be Harper Lloyd. That went smoothly. I'll print this out.
Nuisance and vandalism, aggressive behavior, nuisance and vandalism, nuisance and aggressive behavior under the influence of alcohol, low-level shoplifting, nuisance. This lady was just a nuisance. Oh.
Great. Now I can go back to my inspection.
Criminal record. I'm really bummed that I missed that. Because the light started flashing and I was not looking over at the table at all. Scares like that are tough because I think their trigger is probably when you walk in, like when you walk past this trash can, it will start. But that's always a little bit unreliable because the player could be looking off at any direction when it goes off. And so I think it's more reliable to do a trigger when the player looks at a specific thing from a place. Because then you can do something right away to make sure that you're getting the player's attention. But yeah, that's a bummer because I bet that scare would have probably been really cool.
I'm adding the name of the deceased. I'll start the internal examination by taking fluid from the victim's brain. A needle inserted through the nose will do
So
the trick.
why bother even writing in Jane Doe? Why wouldn't you do the first step as confirming the identity of the corpse instead? That way you don't have to write Jane Doe and cross it out like an idiot, and you know who you're working on right away.
If the victim was alive when she fell into the well, she must have swallowed water fighting for her life. And then diatoms, characteristics of pooled water like a well, got into the body.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
In the meantime, I'll check the sample under the microscope.
Oh, we have a
I'm
microscope
sure that these
now.
algae traces will be found in the samples taken from the well where police found the body.
Check for injuries first, then fingerprint. Right. Yeah, okay. So checking for injuries first, sure. But I feel like it just feels a little silly to write the name Jane Doe on there if you're not sure if you actually have a Jane Doe yet. Because you could just skip writing that in there and then just go validate the fingerprints, and then you don't have to cross stuff out and seem like you don't know what you're doing.
Now I need to adjust the knobs properly and place the diatom. I won't even notice an army of diatoms. Great. I won't even notice an army of diatoms from this distance. Great. This way I'll see if I'm dealing with a large concentration. Oh, nah. Oh,
This is so wonky.
To see something here.
It's so wonky, all right? I really do like this game, but they made such weird choices in some stuff. It's just the way that they have chosen to do some things. It's funny, you know? Because they expect you to just really slowly...
Too much light. I won't be able to see the diatom's transparent walls. Oh, I'm finally starting to see something here.
No.
I'm finally starting to see something here.
Okay.
It's not perfect.
It's just weird. You know, having voice triggers for like every 10% on that thing. Anyway, okay, we verified. I feel like we verified, like we've done it. Is that what we're looking for? Oh no, it just turns out I have no idea what we're actually looking for.
It's not a dirty lens, I'm afraid, but rather a bad focus.
Well, what?
Perfect.
Okay, I don't know what we're looking for, brother. Brother, you said perfect, but is that a diatom? Have I done it? What do you want from me? Like, zoinks, Scoob, I don't know what we're looking for. Is that
As expected, we find the aforementioned algae in the solution. Their upper part, Epitheka, which overlaps the lower, Hypotheka, is clearly visible.
Oh, that's
the
just
presence
so
of diatoms in the
unnecessary.
brain samples taken indicate that the deceased was certainly alive when she fell into the water and was possibly conscious.
I will say though, yeah, streamer doesn't know what a diatom. I will say though, they probably kind of split this up, and then they were like, well, what happens if we don't tell the player much about what's going on? What happens if we tell the player too much? And they tried to find a good in between. There's just so much narration that it almost feels tough to concentrate on the game a little bit.
Since there were diatoms in the brain, it means that many more of them must have entered the body. Studies of the rest of the organs will most likely confirm this hypothesis.
Because, and I'm really torn. Most games do not do this much voiceover. Most games just throw you up, you know, a little thing that says, okay, investigate the brain now. And they might have a couple voice lines, but they direct you by cues to just do stuff. I mean, think about the mortuary assistant, right? Use the tracher to do blah, blah, blah. Put the fluid into the body, mix the chemicals, right? And you do all that without the need for like this overwhelming narration. And so you get less explained, but at the same time, you're just doing it. And so you kind of are associating, you know, different, what different things are. Like, I didn't know what a tracar was, or however you say that word, but like you go look around until you find like, oh, this is a tracher and that's what it does, you know? But this game, they really, every single little thing is explained, but I don't know if it's necessarily benefiting the game all that much. What am I supposed to do? Okay. Yeah, it's...
I can finally get to the practical part.
Right, yes.
I must be extra careful because the skin of the deceased is very stretched. I wouldn't want an explosion here.
Was that careful enough?
You can immediately see a very large swelling of the organs. In addition, all internal organs are very congested.
They look the
I
same as
proceed
the
to
other
remove
body.
The rib cage. It's easy to see that the ribs have been imprinted in the lungs.
Oh, okay,
So,
that I can see.
I'm going to start by drawing blood from the lungs. If diatoms were only present in the lungs, this would mean that the victim was placed in the well after death, and the perpetrator wanted to get rid of the corpse in this way. Now, I remove the lungs and proceed to their examination.
Oh, I thought we were going to do the blood. I thought we were going to do the blood test. Okay. I normally don't like reading much in games, but in this case, I would rather have more info in the notebook instead of all the talking. Again, I think all of the talking kind of floods the game in a way that makes it a little bit tough to focus just on the game a little bit. Yeah, he was talking because he was filming in the first two corpses. Now he has his tape recorder, but still, even with... So we've switched from teaching, right, which makes sense as to why he was doing all that talking, but now it's just a tape recorder. So I would assume that if you had just a tape recorder, it's, hello, this is, Jack Hannon, whatever date, blah, 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 performed the autopsy for one Jane Doe, expected cause of death, drowning. And then you would stop and you would say, okay, removing, opening chest cavity. Removing blood for diatom inspection. But he's still explaining it as though he's teaching, he's not just making notes for himself.
Taking the lungs in my hand, I feel that the tissues have lost their elasticity, which is the result of water emphysema.
Because if you said something like that, lungs indicate water emphysema. Right? It just feels weird. It just feels weird. That's all I got.
In addition, there is significant swelling of the organs, and as a result, we have a nice imprint of the ribs. The emphysema itself, it's clear how far it's progressed, which is characteristic of drowning.
Mark the damage. Oh, to the... See, and this is perfect right here, right? We flipped the organ around. We flipped the organ around and we saw it on there, and then they could have just brought up the chart, and then you could have just clicked it just like that, and then it writes it out. Without him narrating, I can read lung tissue lacking elasticity with advanced emphysema. And I would be like, oh, that's what we found there. Okay. And I feel like they had that. They just overdo. It's literally, in my opinion, just a case of them overdoing narration when I don't think they have to. I know that they are obviously going for some realism, which I support. I think that's really cool. But I think they've overdone the narration part.
Corpses found in water are worth examining with a tomograph. However, I can't count on such luxuries, so I must reach for a more archaic technology. A bucket and water.
Again, why would he say that out loud? Why would he... Okay, unfortunately, I don't have the proper tools to do this test. But, so because I don't have the proper tools to do this kind of a test, I am going to use like some of the stuff he's saying fits. But some of the stuff is obviously they're just saying it for the player. And it's just overwhelming. It's just... Maybe you're in his head? Oh, there was a spooky person there. That was kind of neat. Who? What?
Has anyone been here?
Oh, brother, that was so late. The person appeared and disappeared like 5 seconds before.
I hope no one dipped a mop in it. It's best to go to the lab for this.
Oh, it's weird. It's real weird. I don't think we're in his head. Right, repeat. Sit up again. Can you sit up again? I assume I need water? No. What a perform a drown test. Do we just pour water all over her face? Or is that a waterboard test? perform a drown test. So this might be one of the times that you actually say something, Mr. Narrator, because I don't know what you want. Hi, Krolliksku. It's very close to realism. When you're talking your way through the body and what you find and what you're gonna need, you voice everything for police and other reviews. So I really can't speak to the realism part because, I don't have a profession in this. I'm not studied in this. It's way above my pay grade. All I can do is speak from the position of someone who is playing the game. And from my position, from someone playing the game, it is too much narration. I know that this is more of like a story-driven kind of a deal, and you need talking. I just feel like they could tone it down by like 15 to 20% less dialogue, and it would be smooth sailing. He's talking too much. Can you walk me through this? Well, literally, it just says perform a drown test. And if anything, that's just securing my point in that he's talking too much, because I am now tuning out some of what he's saying, so I don't know what I'm doing. But because they haven't written this,
Historically,
now I
the lung
just
float
have to
test is
find
used
it.
to detect infanticide. The water should be at room temperature. That's enough. To test for this, I have to place the lungs in a container of water. This checks if there is air in the lungs. And speaking of lungs, everything is ready to bring them here.
Okay. I need to put the lungs in a bucket of water. You would have just saved yourself 20 seconds. Marvels, thank you for the gift sub. Mithril, how you doing? It's good to see you. It's possible I'm being petty. Yeah, the tone of voice is lovely. He just needs to use it less.
Of course, such a study isn't without flaws. Air may have entered a newborn's airways during resuscitation attempts. Gases released during decomposition could also give a false result.
Why?
Progress.
Why? Just give me the lungs. I don't need that. Whoa! Whoops! Whoops! It feels like...
In this case, however, it's about something else. Namely, the amount of fluid in the lungs.
Definitely being petty. Yeah, if you're enjoying, there's no hate. I think this game is good. I really think this game is good. But the stuff that he is narrating, I feel like is extra.
To test for this, I have to place the lungs in a container of water and wait to see if they fall or if they will float on the surface.
You just want me to dump it in there? Okay, dump. Oh, they sank.
Just as I assumed, the lungs collapsed easily.
Might be better to put the lungs on the weights then, and the float test could be done with clipping off a little piece of a lung in a glass of water. Is that true? Do you not need the whole lung? Take the lungs back to the autopsy room to dissect them. Is that a cutting board? Yeah, I think so.
Fluid could have entered the lungs during panic attempts to catch breath underwater, but it could also be the result of bacterial infections or cancer, so further investigation is needed.
A lung cootery board. It's special. Hey, look at this. Look at this. I got these lungs. Look at this. He's asleep. I'm not even sure he does any work here. Oh, also this clips. Damn, this clips through hardcore. Once upon a time. How do you say your name? Because it looks like Kralik, but I really feel like I'm butchering that. Do we? Okay, we gotta cut open the lungs.
I move on to dissecting the lungs of the deceased.
Okay.
You can hear the distinct, very unpleasant crackling of the tissues being cut through.
Okay, I don't hear that, but I'll assume that you
is
do.
Remarkably pale, although small hemorrhagic foci and petechia are present on the surface. All right. Now, I will check the collected fluid under a microscope. If we find 20 diatoms on the slide, it can be considered drowning, and our result is not false positive due to possible contaminations.
Got it. Kralik is fine? Is it Kralik or Krolik? Kralik number 1 or Krolik number 2? I'm curious.
I won't even notice an army of The aperture. The aperture. The aperture still needs. The aperture still. I'm finally starting. And it's not a dirty. And it's not a. And not and. Not and. Perfect.
There's a group of diet.
As expected, in solution, the diatoms are clearly visible. There are smaller and larger clusters of them. There will definitely be more than 20 of them.
Right.
I'll make a note of all this.
Right. I will do that on... Oh, God, why do we have a box of open donuts in the autopsy room?
So far, this case looks pretty standard. It's clear from the beginning that it's drowning. Well, the procedure requires me to check everything anyway.
Yeah, we talked about that, Avataco. They definitely have voice lines at every little tick on that slide. Okay, what,
So, I move on to checking the other organs.
Heart.
I ligate the heart, and then remove it for inspection. Strongly developed putrefactic hemolysis of the organ can be seen at first glance. Apart from that, no signs of a heart attack or other heart disease.
Oh, it just looks so shiny and meaty. Ugh. Kind of seem it makes the same sound as a murloc. That wasn't me. That was the heart making that noise. Oh, right. No damage. No damage. Or there was damage. Way down there. Right. Strongly developed putrefaction hemolysis resort. Yeah.
Move on to the next organ.
Which is...
This time, it's the liver.
Oh, it has a tail.
That the deceased didn't care for herself. Like most organs, her liver is enlarged and severely congested.
That's a juicy thing. Spot on, Murloc. Yeah, thanks. I try to make sure that I maintain a shiny and meaty exterior whenever I can. The lung also has that jiggle.
The beginnings of cirrhosis are visible in some areas.
My heart don't fold. It jiggles.
I transfer the organ to a board and proceed to dissect.
I wonder what happens if you just continually hit the outside walls of this. Like, do you just lose?
The cross-section clearly shows dilated veins and many small hemorrhagic foci.
What about petechia? Are there petechia?
I must admit that this is quite a feat, considering the rather young age of the deceased.
She went hard. You know, she likes to party.
Harper enjoyed drinking so much that she might not have lasted a few more years.
Yeah, there was a jump scare, but I was looking apparently the wrong way, so I didn't even see it. But apparently it happened, as so chat says. Right. Yep, we wrote that down.
I move on to the stomach. I take a sample of the fluid for testing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sample the fluid for testing. Sure. I mean, we're gonna cut it open anyway, right? Or are we just doing this to check blood
It
alcohol
looks very
content?
turbid. I'll see what happens after spinning, but that's in a moment. Now,
Okay, yeah,
I
let's-
carefully ligate the organ.
Carefully
then cut it off.
ligate.
It's enlarged, probably full of putrid gases.
It still looks kind of like
I
a
transfer to the
swan
board
or a
and
duck.
carefully open it, checking the contents.
Do you think if you, much like a whoopee cushion, if you just took it and just smashed it, do you think it would be like a whoopee? You just spray everywhere. I just think it. I mean, it looks like something you'd want to just smush. You know. Anyway, we should probably get back. Do you even know what petechia is? Sure, I do. The little red spots that you get when you stress your skin or your, I guess, something else.
One thing you'd never get used to is how much this desk smells.
Oh, it doesn't smell bad at all here. I'm fine. I'm sorry that you're not wearing your mask. I didn't put the mask on, so that's really on me.
Okay, the stomach is full of fluid and unidentified organic matter, which is probably leftover food.
So we're not worried about it?
So let's check the diatoms. Again, but in a centrifuge for a change. The problem with examining drowned people is being able to show whether the death was due to drowning or whether something else contributed to the death.
Retrieve the
Cramp,
notebook from
heart
the
attack,
office.
drugs, homicide, or some accident. Such an analysis requires viewing from different angles and a careful interpretation of the collected data, including those from the field. That's why it's so important to collect as many samples as possible. Unfortunately.
Oh my god. It's just the amount that he talks, sometimes I can't focus on, like, getting to where I'm going, grabbing what I need to grab, navigating the lab, and trying to listen to him and understand what he's talking about all at the same time.
Okay, this is one last little sample.
Nightmare, how you doing? Yeah, put in the sample.
Now, set.
So, don't you need to balance it if you have only one vial? Okay, we're looking for... Hold on. This time we're looking for diatoms. 35 minutes, 25% speed. 25% speed for 35 minutes. This man is so unprofessional. Yes. Yeah, that's what I thought, right? Oh, that was fast. The 35 minutes went by fast, so it's like a time portal in here.
Done. I'll run it directly into the chromatograph and run it against the data from the police. I'm certain the analysis will show similarities between the fluid and water in Chelsea's well.
Right. Okay. Yeah. The chromatograph. The chromatograph I've become familiar with, and the pipette. Yeah, it was just an extra fast 25 minutes, not your standard 25 minutes.
Let me think. 3 milliliters should be fine.
Set up pipette. 1, 2, 3, and then we draw. Boom.
Okay, now it's the chromatograph's turn.
Where did these samples go? When you just dump the sample in, is it like in a tube that then you remove so you can clean it so you can do the next one? I'm unsure of how that works. Living Dead Girl, welcome to the 20. Welcome to the 20. Casually injects 3 milliliter into a fucking GC. Yeah, I don't know how it works. Oh, there's all kinds of stuff.
Yes. The water sample matches the one provided by the police.
Pinlulia Vrolden, Cimbella turgid, Cimbella lumda, Cindera, Tribulazin. Yep. That's, yep,
Well,
good report.
The results are quite clear.
Yeah, I agree.
I was
Super
hoping it would
clear.
be a more interesting case.
Okay. I can explain. Just please hold while I type. I'm holding. Return to autopsy.
More diatoms. Analysis indicates the same origin. Blah, blah, blah.
It depends on your setup. Sometimes you fuse it with a known liquid to help keep it clean, but it has a waste output somewhere, so everything goes into that eventually and has to come out. The incantation from Chucky. Due dem bella. Give me the power, I beg of you. What are we doing? Cross
There's
that
little
out.
left to do. I'm going to check the airway patency of the deceased.
Right.
Interesting. Looks like there's something stuck in the trachea. I'm moving to the board for further inspection.
I don't see any. Is that what we're talking about? That looks like a hot dog. It looks like a hot dog is stuck in the trachea. Give me the power, I beg of you. Yeah. Dissect. Oh, on the metal tray. On the metal tray. Sorry.
I
was on the
dissect
wrong tray.
trachea and open the organ.
Look at how good I did
found
that.
A wedding ring? This is interesting. Let me look at it. Based on the size, I can say that it's a woman's wedding ring. Quite
What?
standard from the outside. There's an engraving inside.
Because is it because women have smaller fingers? It says 1980, I'm pretty sure.
What the fuck? But this is my ring. Alice's ring.
Huh?
But how did it, but this should be at home. I have it. At home.
Take your pills in bathroom.
I have to check this out. Where are my meds? Where the fuck are my meds?
Okay, calm down. I'm trying to get to the bathroom. Just 1 second. Something happened behind me?
It can't be. Jesus Christ.
What? Oh, everything is happening. I just went straight for go to your car and return home. Oh my God. Okay. Sometimes in this game, they do scares like not lined up properly with what the player's going to be doing or where they are. They told me to go straight into the restroom and take pills, so I went there. But like right as I was clicking on the pill bottle, suddenly the one of the restroom doors I think opened, and maybe a body fell out. I don't know. And it's a bummer that now this is this is twice where I've missed a scare because I've just been doing the wrong thing. On a GC, which that machine claims to be, you clean it either with injecting a specific solvent and or baking out the column at just under its maximum temperature. I see. Okay. Yeah, I figured you would have to clean it.
Mr. Ridley. Mr. Ridley!
What's all the ruckus?
I need to go home. Immediately.
What? Now?
I have to. Have you seen anyone here this morning? Anybody suspicious?
No, there was no one. Dorothy was, but only for a moment, then she left. What's wrong with you, Hammond?
Okay. Thanks.
What about the corpse?
I'll come back, I promise. Jesus Christ!
What? What? Oh man, I'm just missing it constantly. I don't know what.
I have to check this out.
I feel like I just keep missing whatever is going on. And there just is such a disconnect between
This can't be real. Where is it? Where is it? Where?
check the trinket box.
It's not
There's
here.
some earrings.
It's not.
Is it in
I
your
need to go. I need to go.
call Steven? Is this the red guy?
This is sick. Fuck. Come on,
It's
Steven.
one of them silent
Pick up the
phones.
fucking phone.
What's up, man?
They took the ring.
What? What ring? What are you talking about?
They took the wedding ring. Alice's wedding ring.
One sec. You mean burglary? You said nothing was missing.
Yes, I know that. I don't know. I was jittering. Maybe I didn't notice. I don't know, but that's not the worst of it.
Calm down, Jack. Breathe. What happened?
I found it in the trachea of the deceased I was working on. Do you understand? I pulled it out of a dead woman's trachea.
What?
I don't know what's going on. You think Red Pete wants revenge?
Red Pete!
He's playing with me. Huh? I knew it. I knew it from the beginning this was going to happen. I didn't make it up!
Jack, listen to me. Try to calm down. Don't leave the apartment. I'll be with you right away, okay? I'm on my way.
What sane person would do something like that? How? And when? When the fuck? Fucking Ridley lets in whoever he likes as usual. What are you saying? Steve? Steven? Don't leave me, man. Come on. Fuck. Oh, God, what now?
Sit at your desk and pour yourself a drink.
Calm down. Just calm down. I need a drink.
So I'm not sure where this game kind of took the turn. Actually no, there hasn't been a turn. I'm not sure if it is the fault of the director, of the producer of the game, or it's the fault of the voice actor, or what. But someone said in chat, one of the problems is that he goes from 0 to 150 like in a second, in the same sentence. And the way that he is delivering the lines feels really, really forced. And it's just the super breathy sighing and all of that is so over the top that it starts to become silly, because this is not how a normal person would be acting, how they would be talking. And again, in a game that goes for realism, yeah, and it's like, okay, you're gonna read this sentence like this, and then you're gonna act 150% high energy. But it's kind of jarring, and just
Jesus. What's going on?
And maybe part of the problem is just the writing itself. Because voice actors are only as good as the writing and direction, I suppose.
Just one sip more. Yep. Jesus. Just one sip more.
Just one sip more. Repeat.
Oh, God.
Was this AI voice? No way. There's no way. It's an actual, yeah, the glass was silent. It was.
All right. I can't do it anymore. These reports will kill me one day. I'll have to finish it over the weekend.
What?
It's time to go to work.
What?
I should take out the trash first. Jesus. Fuck. Maybe I'll just ignore it.
Okay, so he's just super losing it, I guess. I'm confused about the entire narrative here.
Yes.
Hi, this is Charlotte. I guess I interrupted you again?
Oh, hi. No, I just... I wrote reports in those last sections, and I was just about to leave for work.
I always know when to call.
Yeah, definitely. What's up? How are you?
I'm good, thanks. What about you?
Okay, nothing new. I had a few days off.
Oh, that's nice. Then... Did you have a moment to look for something for me?
Something for you?
Well, the photo with, the photo I asked you for?
It hasn't come yet? Oh, sorry, but I said it a week ago.
No, not yet. Maybe I'm too impatient. I'm sorry for rushing you. You have so much on your mind, I thought maybe you forgot.
I don't
It's
think her
okay.
accent changed.
No worries. With my pills, Pills. I almost forgot to take my pills. So you see,
Yeah.
I have to go now.
Yes, sure.
Let me know if you still haven't received the letter. Then I'll try... well, maybe I'll find something else.
Oh, really? Could you? It would be great if you could. Really?
Yes. I know it means a lot to you.
Well, I won't hold you any longer. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
Damn. Did I mess up the address? How am I gonna get those pills? Maybe I should invite Charlotte to do something herself.
Yeah, it's really oh boy. I haven't played past this point, so I'm going to lurk. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming by, Meyer. Yeah, I wish that I could more articulately put into words what makes this kind of awkward. And it may be a combination of it's so overly, like, on the one hand, it's just overly voiced. Two, he's super breathy and doesn't sound like a normal person would sound, right? Their conversations feel really jagged. It's like they have, there's no cohesion. It's just like intro part. Suddenly, this thing happens, then this thing. And it doesn't, like, connect. And none of it feels like a real conversation that people would be happening. And it's just not helped by his constant, where's my pills? Where's my pills? You know, and it's just, yeah, he does. It kind of sounds like an anime character instead of a real person. I got, oh, cat hair in my mouth. And I think,
Ugh. Why is it so wet?
man, I hate to say it, but I think it's a combination of there being so much voice acting and it not necessarily landing. That I think it affects more than just having a couple of lines here and there.
I should. Oh, shit. Almost left the door open.
No, I definitely left the door open. Purposely. I have every single time. I'm gonna keep doing it. Yeah, if it was a visual novel, it would be different.
What's going on?
Yeah, you see that?
Hello?
Like the sudden, what's going on? It just, he went for such a dramatic, and that's just not how people would react, you know? If he came around that corner and was like, what in the fuck is going on? You know? Or, you know, there's no way. What is that? You know? It's everything with him is so, where's the joke? Where's the Joker? You know, he immediately goes into this screaming over the top. Yeah, kidding me? And I think it's also a little painful because we've played a lot of games recently, especially the Bridge Curse 2, that had phenomenal voice acting, except for that one lady. Like, phenomenal minus that one lady. Everything minus that one lady was really super duper good. Okay, so I had to look it up because the dialogue was reading like bad localization, and the dev team is from Poland. So maybe a breakdown in communication and no one to point out that this wasn't what native English speakers speak like. I could believe that. What just happened? There was again this flash of red. Oh, I'm so confused. The one lady who had nothing wrong with? No, that lady. What?
I wonder if Alice's mother has a film of this photo somewhere.
What photo?
Actually, I hadn't thought about it before.
What? What? Alice's mom has a photo of what? Oh boy. Yeah.
I should call her on Friday.
The photo you sent to Charlotte and then lost? Oh, okay.
God. Why do I like sleeping so much?
Huh? What? Okay. Weird, but okay.
Good afternoon.
Isn't it a bit early for you?
I missed our invigorating conversations. Has Stephen brought the body?
Yeah, the trolley's in the hall. Maybe wheeling it to the dissection room will be invigorating enough for you.
I've missed how friendly and helpful you are.
Oh, okay. All right.
I think I'll get straight to work on this one. Focusing on something will do me some good.
It's there's so much weirdness.
Christ, this one's heavy. Hey, Mr. Ridley, I need help. I can't lift this bag myself. Ridley! Ugh, wasn't easy, but at least I can start.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Protective, the gloves that we never take off. Oh, right.
A new package must have arrived. I guess Dorothy ordered it.
What?
I think I'll skip recording a video for the students today. They don't need to see me and the body.
What? Well, what? Hold back it up. What the
They'll
fuck?
still have
What
the accompanying
package?
Photos anyway.
What? What do you mean? Who is... What package? I'm so confused. And what about that whole thing that happened with the wedding ring?
November 27th, 1991, 5:14 p.m. Conducted by Dr. Jack Hanman.
A package of gloves?
James Evans Jr., also known as Jesse. Age about 30, weight 130 kilograms, height 180 centimeters.
Yeah, we definitely skipped forward in time, but it's weird that that was a serious set of events that we skipped, you know?
Evans had previously been convicted of possession of stolen goods, robberies, and drug trafficking. There were also attempts to accuse him of leading a criminal group responsible for burglaries in the New Orleans area. What? Burglaries in the New Orleans area? This is... It's a rather strange coincidence. Police photos show that the body was not even particularly hidden, but only covered with a thin layer of soil, branches, and leaves. The body was found naked and mutilated. Clothes, probably belonging to the deceased, were found lying nearby. The body was found inadvertently in the woods near Peetsville. The dogs picked up the scent while searching for a missing boy. The deceased's father, James Evans Sr., is a local businessman. He was the one who reported the disappearance. At the time of the report, his son hadn't been home for 3 days. Sounds disturbing. I wonder what condition the body is in then.
Well, time to find out. Oh, it's like missing a head.
I didn't expect this level of mutilation. This is going to be a dirty job. I'll check through the bag the police left.
Bag.
Maybe there will be something worth noting about the victim's
Is there a
clothes.
head in this bag? Oh, no.
Classic jeans. Well, dirty and torn. Certainly not my style. Is this?
Is this? Is what? Sorry, I was rotating and then it cut the voice line. I don't know what he was about to say about the belt. Can I do it again? Is this? No.
Oh,
Wait.
You can push it?
Hold on. Okay, hold on. Push. 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 I didn't realize that was a thing. Okay, hold on. Push. Push. There we go.
After all, what else could I expect? Weird.
I assume that's a bag of drugs.
Someone obviously didn't want to put in the work. These clothes haven't been thoroughly searched. Interesting. Most of the blood is visible around the neckline. However, mainly traces of soil. It's a bit like the perpetrator's pulled his shirt over his head. Something stuck here. It looks like some kind of...
Snake
ecdysis?
skin?
Scale? This could point to an animal being responsible.
Huh.
The bloodstains don't appear to be related to any injuries on the body. The deceased must have been unclothed before he was injured. Traces of dirt mixed with blood and rubbed leaf litter. Heavens must have been crawling, or was dragged along the ground.
Powdered sugar.
A lighter, engraved with the police. It looks somehow... it's probably a coincidence.
It looks somehow, it's probably a coincidence. See, the stuff like this, and again, I'm not trying to be overly negative. I just need to make sure that I am voicing what's going on here, just in case the developers see this, so they can see, like, I don't know what that means. And when the narrator says, "Oh, it's probably," and then stops and says, "Oh, it's just a coincidence," I don't. Here's the problem: is I don't know if this is supposed to be super important, because you didn't say anything about it, and so I don't know what that means. Like, that could be super important. Is there something in the pocket? I can't rotate this any other way. What do you want? Oh. Am I still looking for something else? Like on maybe a back pocket?
And here, another animal souvenir. It looks different than the previous one.
I don't know what that is. That looks like just a piece of chewing gum that got stuck under a table.
The only thing I can tell from the clothes is that before his death, Evans had either put up quite a fight, or the attackers simply dragged him along the ground for a long distance. In turn, and this is certainly strange, the injuries themselves were inflicted only when he was naked.
That is strange. I guess he got killed at a zoo.
Okay, I'll take a look at the scales. They seem too different. Dorothy once brought an animal encyclopedia here. She performed an autopsy on an exotic
Dorothy
animal
is our
smuggler.
coworker. Okay.
The guy suffered an accident while transporting illegal animals. Not only were the police needed on site, but it took nearly a day to round up his cargo. Dorothy had a hard time with that case. Did the impact kill him? Or did one of the animals he was transporting do him in? They even talked about it on the news. People were terrified that some reptile would just come out of their can and grab him. Okay, the book.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to keep my eyes peeled for scares so I don't miss them. Oh, wait. It's in the office. That's not the office. Hold on. Office. Yes, the giant book. Go to the lab and compare the scales with the examples from the atlas. So, again, I think that right there, when we walked in there and we grabbed the book and it just says go to the lab and compare the scales, he didn't narrate anything. And they should do that more. Because what is it? Oh, there's just a headless body.
Who is this?
Who is it? Who is it? Who is this? It's not an anime. You know? It's not anime.
All right. Which page was it? Local wildlife. I bet I'll find something here. Not this area. Nile crocodile. What kind is this? Saltwater. Oh, yes. This turtle turned out to be a killer. He ripped off the guy's wrist and tore him in a few other places.
What?
Aggressive beast.
What? Okay, this is what I'm talking about. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Did a turtle really kill this guy? Drag object. Select element. What the fuck does this mean? What do you... Did he just say that this is the right page?
I only need to concentrate on the crocodile chapter.
Okay, let's just go to the skin. I'm so fucking confused. Chaos Age? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, I've worked long and hard to make this a reality. Try not to stare directly at it. You may find yourself suddenly pregnant. It has that effect on people. I think that these kind of look like...
No, that's not it.
No, okay. Nope. Okay, that was not right. No. Those don't look like it at all. But then again, neither do these. I mean, this is United States, so probably that one.
Oh, that was quick.
It doesn't actually look like that, but it says Louisiana in the little graph there. Let's see. It's going good and that stash is damn glorious. Might explain why stomach got so big. It's that stash. Chat. I need to tell you a true story, of which not a single word of this is made up. Once upon a time, many, many years ago, there was a lunch, I believe it was a lunch, that was hosted at the company that I worked at. And this lunch was hosted, I believe it was like it was in our department when I worked in customer support. It was a lunch that our team went out to go do with our manager, and there was probably like 24, 25 of us. And we went out to this restaurant, and I think it was supposed to be like a meet and greet with the CEO. He was trying to get to know everyone. And so on different days, he would take a different team out to lunch. And so this was our day. So we go out to this restaurant, and I'm sitting at a table. And I believe this was when this happened. I could have some of the details wrong here, but I did go out to lunch. I was sitting at a table with Chaos Age because we were coworkers many, many moons ago. And at the table, I'm not sure why it happened, but I think our table started to draw things on napkins because we had like some kind of basic marker or a pencil or something, and people were just doodling on napkins because I think we were kind of bored and waiting because the CEO was going around to different tables and we didn't really have much to do. And I'm not sure how and again, not a single fucking word of this is made up, I promise you. My drawing that I had done on this napkin, I hand to Chaos Age so he can look at it. And I was like, look at this thing that I drew. I'm really proud of it, blah, blah, blah. And Chaos Age, and this is not fucking made up, he took the napkin, looked at it, and went, blah, 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 and just shoved it into his mouth and chewed it and swallowed it right in front of me, just at the table, like a fucking monster. He did that. And it was one of the few times in my life that I was stunned to silence because I couldn't believe what actually was happening in front of me. And he, get fucking gobbled, loser. He just straight up put that shit in his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed the napkin. It was dominance assertion in a way that I had never seen before. It was pure fucking chaos. I'm not even sure what to say, but that is in a nutshell, that's Chaos Age. That's a true fucking story. That happened. My God. How's it going, buddy? I hope you're doing well and the kids are good. And the wife. Oh boy. La Plague Doctor, also hello. How's it going? Welcome. You came in a kind of a weird time in our lives. What do you want me to do with this? Am I supposed to click on something else? Is that this?
No way. I would expect something local? I certainly don't remember hearing of an animal escaping from the zoo. So, either someone donned in crocodile products was around the deceased, or one of them attacked him. I'll examine the body and take photos.
Right.
If an animal attacked him, there'll be traces.
Yeah.
Ugh, Christ. Why am I so tired?
I'd assume it's because we're losing our
Coffee would be
minds.
nice. What was I supposed to...
Do you actually want
The pictures.
coffee?
I'll have to show them to Dorothy. Too bad that we no longer keep our ranking.
Because there's
With
coffee.
Something like that. I would come out on top. There hasn't been a case like this for a long, long time. Awful. It would be good to finally repair the coffee machine.
He doesn't want that. Kids honor roll, so it's all good. Good to hear, man. I'm writing this in the I'm writing this history in my Bible of Chaos Age. Yeah, Selenium, thank you for the gift sub. That's awfully kind of you. Yeah, that's certainly not the only Chaos Age story that I have. But it's one that stands out. Back when I worked at this video game company, Chaos Age and I worked very different shifts. But we both worked kind of a night shift of sorts. I was on like a really weird shift that changed. So through a couple of the days of the week, I would work 5 p.m. until 2 a.m. And then on like Saturday and Sunday, I would work something like 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. or something like that. And so I had to completely change my sleep schedule throughout the week. And it was really... Napkin Gobbler? All right, so chat, someone has posted a job that you'll appear in the credits for Napkin Gobbler. Chaos Age, please do ! Apply. It's just a temporary job, but we roll credits at the end of the stream, and if you get the job, you'll roll in the credits as that job. So please apply. Yeah, I was on a weird swing shift, I guess, and Chaos Age was on a graveyard shift. And man, I gotta tell you, it was pretty lonely working these shifts, because you know when you work 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. at a game company, most people are not there, and so we had a team of, I think it was like 3 people, maybe 4 people sometimes, that would be there overnight, and it would get to midnight, 1 a.m. and you're 4 people in a giant office that's completely empty, and you just had to listen to a podcast, you had to do music, because everyone there, was pretty tired, and everyone was kind of doing their own thing in their headsets and whatnot. And so it creates a lot of interesting problems, because if, for example, that we worked so it was customer support, but it was customer support for a live game. So we were game masters, we were GMs that would be in the game overnight. And so sometimes if a message needed to be put up in game that would scroll across the top, like attention players, the server for Scania is going down for maintenance, we would be there to do that. They always had a team in the office. But some of the interesting challenges were like, if we suddenly discovered a horrendous exploit, we had to call, like the manager of the team at sometimes midnight, 1 a.m. and be like, you need to get down to the office right now because servers need to come down, But at the time, no one was working from home and everything was hard-coded. So it was very unique. But all of the clients that we would log on to do GM duties, they were locked to that office and those computers to prevent people from logging into GM accounts from outside. You could only log in from those office computers in that building on that floor. And so you had to be in the office. And this was before there was a lot of, working remotely and whatnot. Pick up the camera. Yeah, they were just restricted. And I'm sure there's like a million ways around it if you were a
I'll
super
begin.
hacker.
The deceased skin is smooth and tough. This suggests an advanced stage of decomposition of the corpse.
That's pretty gnarly.
It's unlikely that a human would make such a wound.
He's missing his head, and I feel like we should probably take a photo of that. Hold on, can I get like... Oh, it's so weird. I want to take a distance photo. Can I do that? No. You really gotta stand. Okay.
No.
Well, yeah,
head.
he's missing his head.
That's not hard to miss.
Tattoo? What is that? Oh, there's like a stab wound?
Interesting. This needs to be investigated further.
I have eaten napkins, pens, pencils, sheets of paper, etc. Yeah, I mean, I think Chaos Age could have that disease where you just want to eat things, like you just want to swallow marbles
Nasty.
or paper clips. That's a pretty serious wound.
Such a wound could not have occurred during the victim's lifetime.
Yeah, that looks like a wound incompatible with life, I'd say. Oh, it looks like he had something wrapped around his
There are
ankles.
also clear traces of the deceased ankles being bound in some way.
It was a disease called growing up broke. Hands also bound.
Evans couldn't have tied himself up like that. It looks like some sort of attack or kidnapping.
Yeah, there's also definitely like a giant animal bite.
Oh, and as expected, there's a bite.
I feel like they just had really tight socks. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they had. That's what it is.
This wound appears to have been made by a sharp instrument.
Like he got hit in the chest with a fucking axe?
I need to gather my thoughts together.
Okay, let's gather
Look,
thoughts.
It seemed... I wonder whether the the work... I should inspect these areas with a magnifying glass first.
Right. Take the photo of the bite mark from the board.
This looks very promising. The bite is clearly visible. It should be easy to compare with the encyclopedia and identify the culprit. I just need to make it a little bigger.
Enlarge
It'll
the
be faster than physically measuring the bite.
enlarge the photo using the fax machine. Okay. Yeah, he just needs to sleep it off. He just needs to walk it off, honestly. Rub some dirt on it. I think he'll be good.
I hope I put it in right. I can never remember whether it was image up or image down. At university, I didn't have facilities like a fax machine.
Such fancy facilities like a
fantastic.
fax machine.
Practically a one-to-one. Just some tracing paper, a pencil, and I can check these in the encyclopedia.
Use tracing paper in your office. Okay. Chaos, you're not at
No,
the company
did
that we
everything
were
I
at
drew.
anymore, right? I imagine you
box
moved on long ago.
I don't remember if I left them out somewhere.
Use tracing paper in your office. I assume that's... do I just have to find it? Okay, wait. I put that on my desk, but... Oh, no. Here we go.
Oh, looks like I can tidy up after myself. Sometimes.
Yeah, no, that I wouldn't say that at all, because I've seen your apartment, bro.
A very, nature-driven case so far. I'll have to consult the encyclopedia again. Good thing Dorothy left it here. Otherwise, I would have had to run back to my place to get some.
Oh, I'm trapped. I do enjoy that he never ever takes off his gloves, no matter what he's doing. Whether he's eating pills, whether he's wiping his face or touching things, he just leaves those fucking gloves on no matter what. He's hardcore. I work fraud analyst for a financial company now. Well, it's good that you left. Because it sounds like it went a little bit downhill. What is this? Oh, okay, so now we have to... oh boy. Okay, there's like... Okay, it's kind of... It doesn't really have an I would say it looks kind of like that. It definitely is not that or that. I think it's this one.
The shape of the jaw appears correct.
Nope.
But not the teeth.
Okay, well, it's this one then.
It makes sense. This would also explain the molt found in the clothes. It turns out that some of the wounds can be safely blamed on local alligators. However, we cannot blame them for the decapitation. It's not these animals we should be afraid of here.
It's the people.
I should make some notes and start the autopsy.
Sure. Huh? Once again, I don't know what happened. There was obviously some kind of a scare. And I just don't know what it was. That guy's sleeping. I don't know. Something happened. Something happened. You left in 2022. When did I leave? I left in I want to say I left in 2017. No, I must have left in 2018. Because if I left in 2018, then the year rolled around to 2019, and that's when I moved out to... I'm pretty sure that's when I went to Colorado, because I had 1 year there before I needed to find a job. I arrived in Colorado 2019 in March, and it wasn't until January of 2020 that I had found a job, and I had been running out of time. Yeah, so I think I left Nexon in 2018, then survived a little bit, 2019, left for Colorado. Yeah, I think that's the timetable.
Ugh.
Yeah, there were such big layoffs, man. And I think it's that way with a lot of video game companies. They, I mean, if you've read the news right in the past year, you always hear about game companies doing these massive layoffs, hundreds and thousands of people. And when I worked at Nexon, because I was there for 10 or 12 years, I somehow survived 5 rounds of layoffs over the years. And Show was not so lucky. Show did not survive the layoffs at the very end. And I probably only kept working there maybe 4 or 6 months after Show was laid off. Anyway.
Look for other traits. Mississippi alligator. It's strange that an alligator would leave such a clear and smooth mark.
Is that really weird? It just looks like you got bit by an alligator.
Several stab wounds of varying depth and circumference.
Yeah, someone was mad.
It doesn't look good. Evans wasn't decapitated with one cut.
He doesn't look so good. What a fucking observation. Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, Show did get shit on. Yeah, and Chaos Age was like, please lay me off so I can get one of those severance packages. Fucking please. And they just didn't happen. Alligators aren't bite and let go types. I guess that makes sense. He explains so many other things and he never stops fucking talking. It would have been nice for him to go this is unusual. Usually alligators won't just let go. And, I would have imagined 6.5 minutes all about alligators.
It's worth taking a closer look at this. Maybe there will be some remaining teeth marks.
Looks juicy. A lot of this stuff looks like the entire texture of the game Scorn is what it looks like. Bulbasaur, have a good night. I hope that we see Snowball
Result of
soon.
an animal tearing at its body.
Oh,
Eaten skin,
and his entire
soft
penis.
tissues and genitals. There are even some teeth marks, but well, it doesn't look like an alligator. The bite is firmly incorporated into the wound. A photo alone won't help me here. I need to make a cast and compare it.
Make a cast of his missing penis? Because it's missing. I'm not sure what you would cast. I assume you mean the wound, crevice? I work in the industry too, and I'm scared of layoff, especially since I'm support staff and most studios lay off first. Yeah. Unfortunately, Avataco, the biggest cause for me losing friends when I worked at Nexon for many years was that they kept laying off most of the support teams until most teams had like one person working support for them. And so I managed to get out of the customer support and I moved to the game dev side. But man, I cannot tell you how many friends I lost due to layoffs and firings over the years working there. It's brutal. Working in the games industry is fucking brutal. Unless you somehow escape up to the higher rungs, it's like your job is never safe. And even at higher rungs, it doesn't matter. You know, there's just like the smallest bit more job security, but it's like it really doesn't exist. It is true that they definitely come for the support staff first and the customer support and the GMs. They're always the first to go. But producers, they'll come after. If your game suddenly doesn't do well, they'll lay off half your team and be like, oh, okay, so you as the producer, you still have a job, but you have no more QA. Like, you got to kind of do it with you and your buddy here. Good luck. You know, it's awful. The worst was when I left. It was like no one cared or gave a shit over 10 years of being there. When I left a warehouse I was at for 9 months, it was a better farewell. Yeah, man. When I left, not a single one of the bosses said anything to me. And, but that's fine, because fuck them, honestly. It got to be just such a shitty place to work. Like, my coworkers were great. And there were a good deal of people on the creative team, the art team, that gave me a really, warm goodbye. But yeah, like, it was, oh boy. And then at the end of the day, when I was doing my exit interview, I told them some shit.
It looks like the killer might have missed before they finally hit the neck.
Goddamn. Yeah, it's rough. Games industry is just rough. You will meet some of the best people, some of the most friendliest, probably people that you'll end up being friends with for, your entire life. Like me, I met so many friends that I'm still friends with to this day, regularly speak to, regularly try and connect with, and there is something to be said about the, I'm going to use the word like kinship almost, because everyone who works for a game company is pretty much into gaming, right? You go seek out jobs in gaming because on one step or another, whether it's Stardew Valley and Life Sim games, or whether you've played every Halo ever made and you're on Xbox Live every night, it runs the gamut from people and their creative hobbies. And so it's great because you get to work with a bunch of nerds. And, on Friday nights, you can find people drafting in Magic, right? And when a big game release comes out, you know that people are going to not show up to work that day because they're at home playing the new deal. When the Switch first came out, we had people go pick it up on their lunch and bring it in, and everyone was like, oh my God, that's so, like, they were showing it off. It was really great. But the pay is often awful. Your job security is almost non-existent. You're treated often like shit because you're not a producer. A lot of it's bad. Best advice I can give is make friends, like Sano's saying, but never be loyal. Yeah, fuck the company. Definitely, like, the loyalty at game companies does not belong at all to the game company you're at. It belongs to the people that work there with you. That's it. You need to be loyal to the friends that you make there, because if you do that and you make good friends, they will always have your back. And so if some shit happens, you cover for them, they cover for you. You know that, each other's looking out for one another. And not just on your team, but like make friends with the other teams too. Whether it's like engineering, whether it's a completely different game and a completely different team. Like always be stopping by. Hey, how's it going? You don't have any work to do, right? Like we can just chat, and just make friends. Because when you inevitably end up needing something from another team, like when I needed something from Creative, the team that would do all of the videos and stuff, I knew those guys. I would have lunch with those guys all the time. And so when I'm like, hey, I have this kind of ask, it's kind of hectic, we need it really quickly, can you fit this in? They would be like, for you, yes. But if your boss asked me, the answer's no. Stuff like that. It would happen all the time. And so it's just making friends, and you don't even have to be, serious. We're going to hang out outside of this kind of friends. You just need to, hey, do you want to go to lunch? Like, I know this spot. Like, I'd love to show you this spot, right? And that's it. Just being friendly. And yeah, it just, all you got to do is kind of put yourself out there and be open. Yeah, and chaos. I told the story. This was just like yesterday maybe, where I was walking down the hall and Jenny was walking past me with an HR person, and I was like, "Hey, Jenny, how's it going? Hey, got." And it was because they were firing her and I didn't know. Oh, that was pretty awkward. Zoom.
The imprints are quite deep and even. From the looks of it, I'd say Evans was restrained with his own belt.
You're happiest you got her let go? I was not aware of that. I didn't know that happened. I just know that they let her go. I figured because she didn't really have a team to manage anymore. I didn't know that it was due to any one person. But yeah, just you can't have loyalty to a business or a company. You have loyalty to people, and that got me far. And you don't even really need to go super hard on like being the best friend to absolutely everyone, right? You just need to put yourself out there. Like if you see a group of people sitting down to play a board game at lunch, like just go sit down and watch, just do a little bit of chatting. If you overhear someone talking about, hey, did you play New World? It just came out yesterday. Hey, I saw that the other day. I rolled on blah, blah, blah server. What server are you? It's just like, just the most basic of interaction will get you far in just, being friendly. Yeah. Everyone that I experienced working with at the game company, they were all the biggest nerds, right? They're giga nerds. Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh! People would bring their 3DSs in, and we would sit there playing games on our lunch breaks, right? On lunch, people would be launching their own MMOs on their computers, right? They'd be watching Twitch stream. It just, just saying good morning and hey when you see them in the hall, it goes a long, long way. But yeah. Oh, you just gotta again, keeping yourself open to the possibility that you could be making friends is really all it takes. Don't be afraid to just go say hi or sit down at a table with some guys, playing a game. You overhear people talking about like a Friday night Magic draft. Hey, are you guys open for more people? Like, would I be able to? And that's it. Then maybe you're playing Magic on Fridays, and then that's going to lead to something else and something else. I had no idea how to play Magic, but the group of guys that I worked with, they would do it. Usually like every couple Fridays, they would do a draft. I didn't know shit about Magic. I was awful at it, but I was like, hey, could I join one of these? And it was like pay $15, whatever. And it ended up at one point that we were playing Magic, with the CEO because he was also into Magic. And so that was a way for me to kind of chat with him and get to know him a little bit better. And again, it opens doors. If you just put yourself out there and just be open to the possibilities, you just don't know where it's going to land you. Not to mention, and this is probably the most important, like so important, is that the games industry is fucking tiny. It is so small. I guarantee you that if someone was making their career in the games industry, then they knew people or an entire set of people or an entire team over at Blizzard or over at Riot. They knew someone who worked at Tryon. They knew someone who worked at Sony Santa Monica Studios. Every fucking person knows someone else at a company. And so you would, someone new would start and they'd be like, yeah, I came from Blizzard. And you're like, oh shit, do you know blah, blah, blah? They're like, yeah, I fucking worked with that guy. That guy sucks. And so it just, everybody knows everyone. And so it's so important that you be friendly with people, because if you're a dick, everybody knows. And what would happen is that, you might, let's say Chaos Age works with me, right, at Nexon, and he's a dickhead. And then he goes and he leaves Nexon and he bounces around, and then he's trying to get a job at Blizzard on a team that I know people there on that team. Those people, more often than not, are going to call me or be like, hey, I just got an application, someone who said that, like, they used to work at your company. Like, do you know this person? I'd be like, oh, yeah, I know that person. Don't hire him. And I'm not exaggerating. I got those phone calls. And more than one person who was a total fucking dickhead, not only to me, but other people, didn't get very high-profile jobs because I got calls from other people at other studios. They're like, hey, I'm in a position to hire. Do you recommend this guy? No, do not hire them. And he was like, oh, that's all I needed. Because once people trust your judgment and they know that you do good work and that they've been friends with you for a while, they know how you work. It's just, you're fucking, was it Ryan? No, there was, the guy that I strictly got him denied the job. He was he worked with Jeff or under Jeff or something as a coordinator. And he was the Asian guy, I think. Maybe like Malaysian, I think. Anyway, he was one of the organizers for Jira, the coordinator for Jira and all that. And he was just, he was super condescending to everyone that he worked with. And I got a call from who used to be my manager. So on the Dragon Nest team, there was a guy that everyone referred to as Boz. And he was a great dude. He was one of the best managers I ever had. But he moved, and he moved to, I think, Sony Studios and got a very high-profile job. And so one day he called me, and he was like, hey, this guy is applying over here at this job. And I was like, nope, don't do it. Everyone here hates him. And he was like, oh, man, all right, yeah, that's all I needed. Thank you. And that was it. It was like a 2-minute phone call at best. And that guy didn't get the job because he was a dickhead. So, if you want to get into the games industry, you got to know that if you do something at company XYZ, Blizzard people, Riot people, there's going to be someone there that knows you and knows that you were a dickhead at some point, and it's just going to make your life so incredibly difficult. And the opposite is also true. If you are nice to people, if you are kind to other people, and you're friendly and everything, it makes getting jobs at other companies so much easier, because all you got to do is reach out to your buddy that works at Blizzard. You're like, hey, do you have any openings? Yeah, we sure do. I'll recommend you. I'll give me a resume and I'll give it directly to, the hiring person. It's so much easier, but you just gotta not be a dickhead. That's really it. You just gotta not be a dickhead.
Evan's right side must have been more attractive to the crocs and insects.
Hold on. I know someone going through that right now, strengthening their social muscle after COVID kind of killed it. They started a silent book club at their work and was stoked when folks showed up over their lunch. See, that's fucking cool. That's cool. When I was, and this is just, and I'm sure you guys are fucking tired of this, but when I was at Nexon, there was the groups that did like cards at night, like Magic, this stuff. I joined a group for a while that was doing a tea time, and it was just some guy who I would catch in the kitchen every once in a while, and he was making tea, but he was making fancy tea, not just bagged. He would bring in loose leaf tea, and I was like, "What kind of tea is that? I love tea." And he's like, "Oh, this is like a white tea that I got from blah blah blah," and I was like, "That's so cool." I know that there are a couple other people in my department that really like tea. They would probably love to know about that. And then it spawned a fucking tea club where we would each bring in teas, and then we had like 7 or 8 people that would come in. We'd sit around, we would drink tea, we would all bring different snacks, right? And that spawned a group. And then through that, I met some other people that were like on his team that I didn't know, right? And it's all about just putting yourself out there and being open to stuff. And I know that's hard. That's hard. It's not as easy for some people as it is others, and I understand that.
There's no end to playing zoologist today.
Okay, well, what do you want to do now?
I need a tool with dental impression cement. Can I find it here?
The silicon
No.
dispensing
It's
gun.
probably lying somewhere around in the lab.
Got it, lab. Yeah, we haven't been playing a lot of this game because I've been
The cement
talking
has
for like
expired.
an hour straight, but yeah, if you ever want to know something about the games industry,
Month after the due date. That could be worse.
I probably have a lot more stories than I can even remember. And yeah, people getting fired is a big
Now
one.
I need to cover the bite area. Wait until it hardens.
Oh. Yeah, just all yeah, okay.
I think it's ready.
We're casting him a new ball sack.
The cast looks quite contaminated from the other wounds in that area.
That looks like a person's bite, like a human bite.
Well, let's hope the imprint turns out better.
Yeah, Nexon was definitely story central. What happened to Pseudo? Oh, I'll be the best phone call they've ever had. Yeah, don't bother asking. I've tried socializing with fellow grad students, and even when I stick my neck out to try and do things they like to do, they never try and show me the same dignity. So at this point, I've decided fuck them. Yeah, and it's not gonna. Not everyone is gonna be receptive. You know, there are people who just don't want to associate. They don't want to do stuff, and it like. Most often when you get someone like that, everyone at the company knows that that person is like that. And it's, you know, I mean, hey, not everyone has to be friendly. So,
Brush, ink, and paper. Similar to taking fingerprints.
but there's a difference between just not wanting to engage with coworkers and being a dickhead. And if you just are super shy and you just don't want to engage, there's no problem with that. It's just as long as you're not a dickhead.
Paint over the area. And put a piece of paper on it. That's very strange.
Looks like a person.
I'll run it through the fax and check it on the computer.
Yeah, no, that looks like a.
I really don't want to believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it looks like a person bit his dick off. You should say it out loud. Everyone at my old job called me Eeyore. Ryan was a dickhead. Ryan? Who was Ryan? I don't know that I remember a Ryan.
Loading. What? Wow. This is, well, this is quite unexpected. Human teeth. Oh, fuck. I need to tell this to
Doesn't
Stephen.
match. That matches. Okay, I get it. I get it. Yeah, okay, I can drag the things over the thing.
Loading.
Sally's homie that was making his own game and did
Probably take a
charity
while.
stuff. Ryan. Maybe I just never interacted with this person. I'm sure I would recognize a picture, but I don't really remember a Ryan. Oh wait, I need to do these now. Oh no, those don't match. Those also don't match. Those match.
Loading.
He worked with me and Luis.
It'll probably take a while.
Ryan. Huh. Yeah, I can't say that name rings a bell, but then again, it's been a long time. None of these really look like they... No, that one does.
Loading. It'll probably take a while. Finally.
Was that a picture of our wife?
What? The partial impression I have may match several people. Okay, this one is in prison, so he's out. Another in prison. Oh, here's someone with quite interesting tendencies. Oh, he's
Still in
dead.
prison.
It doesn't fit. This one doesn't either.
Chuck Brown. Released.
I'm afraid this will remain a mystery.
What?
The killer's profile is getting more and more interesting.
What? No. This person, it says released from prison 1990. We're 1991. This guy's not in prison. This guy... What? Did I miss something? That guy's definitely not... The dude you got the call about? Yes! Yeah, that was his name. That was his name. That was, in fact, his name. Apparently, yeah, we're too sleepy to notice that that guy was not in prison. Like, I'll say something in chat about doing something to no responses, and then 5 minutes later, someone else will be like, hey, who wants to make plans? Suddenly 5 other people jump in. Yeah, Rep Kyle, it's sometimes people just not your vibe. And so that's tough. But don't let it get you down. Don't stop putting yourself out there.
I'm going back to the body. Ugh. I need
Jesus.
to make a note before I start the dissection.
All right, note away.
You can see that the tool used was sharp and smooth. So, what if it was in the hands of an unskilled person? They look quite shallow.
Don't let the
Someone
turkeys
must have
get you
inflicted these
down.
with some
Yeah.
sort of primitive tool. Torn tissue, lacerations, bite wounds. This wound turned out to be more troublesome than I thought it would be. Maybe something chased that alligator away before it bit down properly?
Can I not mark his genitals? Oh, that's okay. I'm trying to think of like other juicy stories that happened while I was there. There was a number of times where people just got fired for being just really lacking attention to detail on stuff. And one guy definitely did get fired for being too toxic. I do remember that. Am I sitting on my... Okay, I actually had not been sitting on my leg that whole time. And the second that I went to go sit on my leg, you fucking... I should never have told you the secret.
For obvious reasons, I record decapitation as the cause of death. I need to verify how deep these wounds go. If they're the perfect breeding ground for larvae. Fortunately, the abdominal and genital area are supplied with plenty of blood. Alligators rarely kill humans.
Okay. So we're just not going to assume that an alligator killed him? Fine.
Due to the body fat of the deceased, I'm adding a heart attack to the list. Maybe Evans didn't live long enough to experience what happened to him.
That shit just always strikes me as a slap in the face. Like, even if you're not interested, it's kind of shitty to just say nothing.
Case.
I've just decided they're a bunch of losers. That's fair. I mean, not everyone's going to get along with everyone. I mean, there's J-Ho who went from alcoholic and general waste of time to director of an award-winning game. Was he an alcoholic? I did not know that. I assumed that multiple people working there were like functional alcoholics just because of how they acted and stuff, and just the complete like lack of just being present ever.
Time for internal analysis. Finally. First of all, I'll try to determine whether death occurred with the scalpel. I'll open the deceased's chest. I cut deep, in a straight line, avoiding the
straight-ish.
navel.
Is that what we did?
We see a lot of fat tissue under the skin.
Ugh!
When I remove the ribs, I expect to see even more fat on the organ.
Ribs.
Correct. High levels of internal fat, organ size above average due to obesity.
Uh-huh.
I move on to the lung analysis.
Lungs.
The deceased smoked cigarettes, but more importantly...
He got stabbed in the lungs,
this
more
is the
importantly.
culprit. Well, it didn't look like the holes were that deep. Such hemorrhage could have been caused by hitting the chest with a blunt object, or a puncture directly affecting the organ. They appear to be of different depths.
Okay.
The cross-section is uneven.
Uh-huh. No, it just looks like he got stabbed in the lung.
Open pneumothorax should be added to this. The deceased could have experienced extreme hypoxia, and, as a result, obstructive shock.
Okay, I knew what a couple of those words meant.
I wonder what the heart looks like. The organ is
Looks like it's
enlarged,
covered in fat.
similarly to the lungs, there is a trace of puncture with a sharp object.
And it has a hole in it.
pneumothorax, the heart rate increases. In the event of such a wound, this would mean bleeding out faster and more. In turn, a sudden increase in the amount of fluid in the pericardial cavity could lead to cardiac tamponade, which is also a life-threatening condition.
Tamponade is what you put on crackers, I'm pretty sure. It's all squishy and jello-like. Oh, right. He got stabbed, I think. Yeah, there's like a big hole in it. Probably that's where that is. Yeah. Okay. Done. Right there. Oh, and down there.
However, is remarkably clean, considering this turn of events.
What do you want to do now, though?
Looks quite
The liver?
disturbing.
The stomach?
I wonder if I'll find anything on the liver. The organ is fatty and enlarged. The beginnings of cirrhosis are obvious.
Is it obvious? It's not obvious to me.
that's
Is that what the
This
cirrhosis
time,
is?
nothing to write home about.
Oh, okay. I assume the weird bumps on the liver are cirrhosis.
So I proceed to like most other organs.
Carefully remove the
it is
stomach!
fatty and clearly enlarged, not to mention swollen, partially due to gases, but mainly due to the deceased's lifestyle. I take the organ.
You calling
to
him
the cutting
fat?
board. The outside is intact. I'm going to check the contents.
I think he's calling him fat. All right, careful, 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 careful.
It sounds like there's an unusually large amount of undigested, and now rotten stomach contents inside.
Are you calling him fat? Because that sounds like all you're doing is harping on the fact that this guy was a little bit obese.
Blood. Evans had to swallow it due to his injuries, which means he was still alive when he was brutally wounded in the chest.
I'm sorry. Let's back it up. How did he swallow blood into his stomach? He didn't get stabbed in the stomach, and I'm pretty sure. Well, I was gonna say, you know, there was not a lot of injuries to his mouth and stuff, but we don't have a head, so I guess anything could have happened to his mouth or his. Well, we have his trachea. Not only is he dead, but he's fat. Diagnosis: fat. Dead and fat. Return to the autopsy. Got it. He's probably going to write it on the clipboard. Patient fat. We weren't even testing for that. It says right here, patient is fat. But what do a bunch of stuffy old scientists know about fashion? Oh, it says right here, they have a degree in fashion from France. What do you want me to do? Stomach. Possible death causes. Okay.
Only the trachea left to be. Surprisingly, it's not damaged by the decapitation. I move on to cutting it open.
Oh, right, yes. The other lady had a sausage in her trachea or something.
Okay. I carefully cut.
Ah,
Blood.
just like that.
Just as I
Like a
expected.
samurai, you just...
Evans not only
And then it...
swallowed it, but also choked on it.
What? I missed it. I was doing a samurai monologue? What did you say? I'm sure it was important.
Looks like I can wrap this up.
Okay.
Let me tie this together.
The blood from the injuries... But...
After he was abducted, stripped, and tied up, he was dealt several penetrating blows to the chest.
Uh-huh.
Then his head was cut off.
Right.
Evans was deprived of his genitals.
Yes.
And the body served as an easy meal for the animals.
Okay. So... I mean, it seems like he... manner of death was homicide. What do you want to... What do you... Oh, we're right.
Even
We're
though
cutting
there were
this
a lot
off.
of injuries on the body that could cause death, it was the decapitation that ended Evans' life. The animal bites on the limbs occurred after death, so there's no reason to treat these as the cause of death. The damage to the lungs and heart must have led to severe hemorrhaging, so there's no doubt that Evans was choking in bloody convulsions. But it didn't last too long, which I conclude from the small amount of blood
I
in the
see,
stomach and
okay.
trachea. I never thought I'd ever wish someone to have a heart attack, but in this case, it would have been better for him. In
Okay,
some way,
I was...
it can be said with certainty that James Evans was murdered.
Oh, you fucking think? I was gonna say that I don't know how he came to the conclusion that he died because of the stabbing and not of the decapitation, but he said that because it's just a small amount of blood in the stomach, that he was obviously decapitated, and that was what put an end to it, I guess. Can I cross that out? Can I cross that off? Oh, it was homicide. Okay, listen. If you've not been here for the other cases, I'm going to draw a penis on the signature area because I did it as a joke when we started, and this is just a running joke at this point. So just turn away. This time we're going with 2 very small balls and a very large penis. Like a whale of a penis.
Oh well. I need to stitch this poor guy back up.
Can I do another signature? Oh, I can. Perfect. Really excellent. Perfect. Yeah, just don't look. That's perfect. Good job. Yeah,
that's
the little
what bothered
tiniest
me.
pee hole.
Something's not right here.
What?
Because
Which part?
even now, the organs are relatively clean. The skin around wounds also, it's like, someone pumped it out?
What?
Oh, Christ. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, this whole case is a little bit weird on account of he was murdered and decapitated and someone has ate his penis off his body. Look at that. That was great work.
I'll leave these questions for the police to solve.
I feel like that is a very you question,
Now-
not
I get to head home.
place the... Okay. Ka-chow.
It's a fucked up thing.
It is fucked
I'll
up.
hold off taking long walks in the forest for the near future. I have a feeling that it won't end with just one body.
Head to your car in the parking lot. Okay. Remember, we're going to keep our eyes peeled so we don't miss a scare this time. Because I seem to miss every single scare. Okay, game. I'm super attentive. And I'm ready for the scare. I'm not going to miss it this time. I'm trying not even to blink so I don't miss anything. I'm looking directly...
Good night, Mr. Ridley.
Mr. Ridley.
The body is ready to be picked up.
Sure. Good night.
Okay. I'm gonna look
I think
directly
it's the first time in a long time that I finished
towards the
work in a
car.
decent hour. I'll get home and...
What?
What? I can't believe what I'm seeing.
What? That's our car? What?
Oh, come on. Fuck.
Oh,
How did I get a
the
flat
tire's
tire?
flat.
What the fuck?
They're all flat.
Oh, come on.
All
This
the
is
time.
impossible. What's this supposed to mean?
What?
Why is this happening? Someone is messing with me again.
See, again, he's going to like 200%. Hey, Chaos Age, I appreciate you coming around, man. I really do. It's nice to chat with you. And I think that it would be nice to continue to chat with you about some old times whenever you're around on stream. Yeah. Have a good night, man. Find out what happened to the tire. I can't do a tire autopsy, but it looks like someone probably poked it with a screwdriver.
I'm going to Ridley's. Maybe he saw something.
Okay, but all 4 tires are definitely popped, right? I'm not crazy? Yeah. All right, let's go talk to... Yeah, 4 pop tires is certainly something. Someone didn't teach that person that you're not supposed to pop all the tires. That way insurance won't pay for it. The insurance won't pay for it if all your tires
Ridley,
are flat?
do you know what happened to my car?
Oh, what happened to your car?
All the tires are fucking flat.
Well, it happens.
Huh.
Do you have a spare in the trunk?
Spare ones in the trunk. No one carries 4 fucking extra tires in the trunk.
Jesus, Handman, calm down. I'll call you a taxi.
Calm down? That's a bit of an exaggeration, don't you think?
Ah.
Have you seen anyone around here? Someone strange? Suspicious?
Except you? No.
Haha, funny. I don't find all these jokes amusing, you know.
What jokes? Handman, what's wrong with you? It's just tires.
Such things are not a coincidence. What's wrong with me? Things keep happening. Last week, and now this?
Just go wait for the taxi, okay? Fresh air would do you good. Neither you nor I will do anything about it now.
Neither you nor I will do anything? What have you been doing all day? Surely something like this can't just be overlooked.
Maybe you should go outside and cool down. I'm calling a taxi.
Cool down.
If there's one thing that our character definitely does need to do, it is certainly cool down. Again, the voice actor for this is just so over the top. It's like Bleach anime antagonist levels of voice act screaming.
I just want to sleep.
Like everything has to be 200% and there's no, it's like either sigh, nothing happening, or 200%, you know, turbo mode.
It would be easier just to move in and live here.
They're just skipping
for the cab.
Oh, they're just skipping being at home entirely now. Okay. All right.
Huh?
What? Someone's hitting a drum. What if I just went inside and ignored it?
Hello?
Who's there? Who's there? The Joker? Where are you? What'd you do? This guy could just play Batman. I don't know what that was supposed to be. My partner says it's giving My Hero Academia vibes. Yeah. Where's my car? Well, it has flat tires, so we had to take a taxi to work, I guess.
Damn. It's a good evening. Any news for me? About my car? You know, the flat tires?
No.
No, what? Have you checked the cameras? Anything?
Handman, I cut my teeth working in prison. I know what to do.
What?
There were no strangers hanging around. Maybe you ran over something.
What? All the tires?
Why, possibly. You can congratulate yourself.
Christ.
You should try sleeping more. You've been kind of out of it lately.
That's the first bit of sense you've made all evening.
Good. The body is expected to be ready for pickup tonight. along with your lecture.
What? What did no one...
You still pontificating? Let's hurry, don't you think?
Yeah, see, Ridley's voice actor is like mellow, and it makes sense for his character. Where are they? Repeat. Repeat, where's repeat?
Fuck me. I don't have the strength for this today. Have I taken my pills
Repeat.
today?
Repeat, where's repeat?
I need to focus. Fuck. I've already not looked. I've already taken my pills. Not looking to. Okay. One by one, Jack. Take it easy.
Take one by one, Jack. Take it easy.
Oh,
Take it easy, Jack.
a burning issue indeed. Then I'll move on to the body. Ah, shit. The lecture.
God
I
damn.
almost forgot. I'm gonna need the camcorder.
Oh, right. I know where that is now. Okay, but I guess we're gonna do this without gloves for the first time ever.
This is making me nervous.
This town has definitely a murder problem, yeah. 100% this town has a fucking murder problem. Like, well, I mean, it's because Red Pete's on the loose. Don't you know? Haven't you been paying attention? Red Pete is on the loose.
Oh well.
I almost really believe that if they had done this game in a filter like this Chilla's Art kind of a filter, I think it would have been a better experience.
This is not the best framing.
Oh, because you're up his butt?
Hello,
But it's
everyone.
what we're doing.
It's the 20 something of November 1991.
Oh, you're doing great,
Jack
buddy.
Hanlon is conducting the autopsy. Oh,
Great work.
I appear to be missing my gloves and apron.
Oh, Jesus. Even I'm starting to feel bad for this guy.
Yes, you already know the drill. So, the body is on the slab. Let's see what the police uncovered first.
Oh, right, the file. Yep.
So, the victim is from yesterday's apartment block fire on Drowner Street. Personal details unknown. The exact cause of the fire has not yet been determined. However, it is known that the fire started in the deceased's apartment.
Got
Where
it.
the most damage was reported.
Okay.
The body was not found until the next morning. The tenant was naked, charred, and with severe burns. The owner of the apartment asked about the deceased. He was surprised anyone even lived there.
Popper's Labels? What is Popper's Labels? I have no idea what that means.
The deceased was sitting in an armchair near the TV. Pieces of pornographic material, an
Huh.
ashtray, melted video cassettes, and several bottles of so-called poppers were found in the vicinity.
That's
It's
a
difficult
drug.
to assess whether any escape attempts were made.
Yeah, like either observing old tapes or just the whole game was done in kind of that frame. I also really feel like there's very little like puzzling that we need to do. This game is almost similar to a walking simulator in terms of content. Only because in a walking simulator, you're just moving through a game and you're not necessarily doing a whole lot. You're observing and maybe you touch one or two things, but you're on rails moving through. This game is like the walking simulator of Autopsy games. They're not asking the player to do any actual puzzle solving. It's almost like, that puzzle where you have to put the square block in the square hole and the round peg and the round hole. It's like the video game version of that, where they just tell you, hey, click this button. Now you click this button, then click this thing over here. And the player is not doing anything. There's no puzzling that I have to do. Yeah, the circular peg goes in the square hole because it will fit there. Yeah, the round shape in the square hole. There's no, the player is just, it's like following directions in an instruction manual, where the game could really use a boost in terms of, you know, letting the player figure some of it out, or even, you know, maybe they help you gather all the evidence, but at the end the player has to be like, okay, click this is connected to this could not have happened, and then you come to a conclusion like scene investigators. Scene investigators, you had to puzzle the whole thing together. You had to get your own evidence, you had to figure it out, you had to, you know, type in your answers. But there's no activity on the
that it was probably
player's
a large
part.
quantity of poppers found near the deceased.
Oh
and
shit, he
rapid
was
spread of the
watching
fire.
he was watching that good stuff.
Well, that's our basic question.
Look at that fucking
Whether the death
cowboy.
occurred as a result of fire, or whether he was dead before it. As you can
Right.
see, the body is in quite an unusual pose.
Yeah,
For
and
the
his
purpose
hands
of photographic
are tied.
documentation, we'll leave it like that for now.
Red Pete. It's always Red Pete. When in doubt, it's Red Pete. This is usually the angle I take these from.
This
Take these
position is
from.
called a pugilistic attitude.
But-
This is due to the influence of high temperature on the muscles.
I don't think it's very nice to say that he has a pugilistic attitude. You haven't even talked to this guy. Oh, too close. Back it up. Back it up.
The fire reaches the skin first, then the soft tissue, until the skeletal muscles are exposed.
Got it. Zoom, 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 zoom.
Coagulation occurs in exposed muscles due to their fibers shrinking. The extensors yield to the force of the flexors.
I don't know what that means. He was holding
The
something.
muscles contract.
Oh, no,
and
it's just they...
contract until the limbs become flexy and deformed.
Huh.
The upper ones are characterized by a triple bend, similar to a boxer holding his hands in front of him.
Are we not going to talk about how he's tied?
Just 10 minutes will do it. 10 minutes for the muscles and tendons to contract, like a steak on the grill.
Right. Are we really not going to talk about the fact that he's tied? Do you not? Is that not important? Because that seems like it should be. Yeah, seems like that should be an important part of the case. Whoop. Hold on.
In the end, we're all just walking meat.
Oh, is that just like the top of a shirt? But his hands are definitely tied, and his feet are definitely tied. But he didn't seem to mention that at all, which is weird.
The deceased
tied
must
legs.
now be straightened out, and we need to get rid of these bindings.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
He
Oh, you
looks
just-
to have been tied. The deceased's neck and feet were most likely secured to his hands, and these were probably tied in front, at around the crotch level. Which explains why, despite the severe burns, the deceased's limbs are not all that twisted.
Because they were all tied together? Is this some... Is he suggesting this is like a
That's better.
sexual
It's
thing?
easier to straighten him now. Without taking out the magnifying glass, we already know that the deceased's skin is heavily charred and cracked.
See, like, stuff like this. What? Hold on. Bring that back. I wasn't done. Stuff like this would be perfect for this game. Like, let the player fill this stuff out. Oh, name, choose John Doe. Like age, maybe you have to figure that out, right? You have to go look at the records. I have no idea how we know how old he is if we don't even know who he is. If we know how old he is, then we know who he is. Because there's no way I refuse to believe that he just guessed this guy's age. And you should have to be the one to be like unclothed. Rigor, okay, no, you know, and then you just click on the probable time of death, right? And you fill it in. And then again, like we should have to be the ones to do each of these parts and you know, discover it.
As for the other details, there are crow's feet visible near the eyes. Upper lip reveals front teeth. One of the incisors is broken. There's soot in the nostrils.
Uh-huh.
The rope around the neck wasn't very tight. I don't see it leaving a mark on the skin.
See, and each one of these things that we're investigating with the magnifying glass could be like a clue. And then we would just have to put it together at the end. Like, okay, so what do we have? We have that the rope around the neck was not very tight, probably indicating that he did this himself, right? And so you're like, okay, that makes sense. Then we have, you know, he has crow's feet around the eyes. Maybe, you know, so he's definitely later 30s, you know, and you could, maybe that would be a choice. And then you get all the little clues, and then you put them together in the right spot or the right order. You fill in the things.
You can clearly see that this is primarily the front of the deceased that was exposed to fire.
Uh-huh.
The victim sat in the chair the whole time, hence his back being in much better condition than this extremely burned area.
And even that could have been something really cool to figure out on your own. You could say like, okay, well, oh wait, his back isn't burned at all, which means he never left the chair. So, you know, if someone was like, we think the theory is that after the fire started, he got up and went to do blah, blah, blah. And you're like, nope, because on the body, his back was not very burned, which means that he was in that chair the whole time that the fire was going because there were no significant, you know, like putting it together that way would be so cool after you get all the evidence. But instead, we're just kind of watching like a documentary.
Rope marks around the wrists are deep and clearly visible. Looks as if a large flap of skin had detached from the calf. The rope at the man's ankles was tied much tighter and more precisely than the one around his wrists.
Because I assume he had to do this.
Quite a lot can be deduced from this external examination.
In the autopsy mode, you'll be able to do all the things you're saying. So my kind of question is why wasn't the base game made like that, you know? Highlight the previously found wounds on the clipboard. You got it.
Traces
Next.
failed to indicate that the deceased suffocated before the fire took hold. Oh, that must have been terrifying. Severe burns, covering approximately 80% of the epidermis.
Okay, and then we had the
Appears to
rope
be
burns.
Loosely tied. However, this is the result of the corpse drying out. The wound shows that the rope had deeply imprinted itself in the tissue.
Mm-hmm.
Predominance of 4th and 3rd degree burns.
Right, but that just makes sense.
The burns reach through the dermis and hypodermis to reach the muscles. The body is covered in numerous areas. The length of the rope was calculated, and appears that the deceased could make limited movements around the perineum. The eye clenching is a natural reaction of the body to high temperatures. Soot in the nose appears when inhaling harmful and choking smoke. The tissue of the mouth was heavily burned as well. The teeth, however, makes me wonder. The conclusions are quite clear.
Possible death causes are the burns.
The extent of the thermal stresses on the body could have caused this death.
Not from a rope. Again, it's
Burns
just
to
the
genitals
burns.
and groin are an additional concussive factor. In this case, I don't assume that this was a delayed death. It may seem incidental, but for us it's a sign that we need to check the damage inhaling all that smoke has done to the respiratory tract.
Uh-huh.
Perhaps the deceased lost a tooth attempting to bite through the rope.
That's it, right?
It looks like the deceased wounds on the wrists and ankles indicate that the deceased could have been struggling in panic.
Oh, okay.
The mixture of fear, sexual arousal, and drugs could have caused a heart attack. I will assess the extent of possible poisoning and burning in a moment. First, I'll try to establish the victim's identity.
How do we have an age if we don't even know who this fucking person
Due
is?
to the amount of charring,
We can't take
we are
fingerprints,
unable to
right?
collect the victim's fingerprints. Visual identification is also out of the question.
Right.
You can probably guess what options we are left with.
Teeth.
You guessed
That's it.
A dental impression. For this, I need impression. Okay, it's going well. I should be able to get this done in time. Maybe in this drawer. I'll warm this up in my hands.
Make a cast of teeth. Okay. They should have held back the release and had that mode in place from the start. I really think that mode should have just
Making an
been the
impression is
release.
quite simple. You put trays with alginate into the mouth and press them together in one. Once the okay. Again, we will need a piece of paper.
Oh, I did it.
A brush and ink. We will make a plaster model of the deceased's teeth from the obtained impression. We will then make an impression of the mold on a piece of paper, which will be scanned into the computer.
Yep. And then we do that here, right? Okay. So we have his teeth.
You see, it seems so simple and yet laborious. On the plus side, we don't have to worry about the gag reflex with the deceased. And no need to remind the subject to breathe either. At least he saved the high cost of orthodontic treatment.
What? Okay. Whatever you say, man. It's kind of spooky. I thought I heard something behind me, but nothing happened. You can tell the age by cutting off a leg and counting the rings. I'm pretty sure that only works with trees and horseshoes.
Wow. Who would have expected a match so soon?
Oh.
The deceased.
Oh, it just did it.
Richard
So they're
Jacobson,
they're
47 years
actually
old.
taking
He had a
even
criminal
more
record
away
and
from
was
us. I didn't even get to
recently
do
in
the
court
teeth
for-
thing.
Oh, wow. For not returning a videotape to the rental shop. Oh, Jesus. I better check if I've still got that copy of... where were we?
Fined for drug possession marijuana. He was smoking marijuana cigarettes. Charged with a felony for not returning a VHS tape, sentenced to 1 year in prison? Oh, that's why you take those warnings seriously at the beginning of the DVD when it's like, the FBI will arrest you.
Okay. I'll add some details to the clipboard.
Right. Details to the clipboard.
Okay. And we can move on to dissecting the body. This time,
Oh, that was it.
I'll go straight for the loppers.
Loppers.
I'll slice it. Let me start here. I push hard several times.
Oh, ka-chow. Ka-chow. Ka-chow.
Until I cut a given section.
Can I hit this like twice? Do-do-do-do. Oh, you can only press it like, hold on. Do-do-do-do. You can only
You
get
can
it.
see that using
once.
a scalpel would be pointless here.
Why would it be pointless exactly? It doesn't feel like it would be pointless to me, but I'm not an expert, I guess, so that's fair.
Solid crunch.
That was not crunch, that was squish. The sound effects aren't even right. There's no crunch. It's just
Almost
making a
there.
weird squishing noise, like you're taking an orange and squishing it, the pulpy part between your fingers.
Now we peel back the skin.
Right. He's cooked.
Now to remove the ribs.
Oh, I need that same thing. We shouldn't have put it away.
And we can check out what's going on in here.
It's a goop.
And I see that a lot has happened.
It's all goop.
In fact, the entire abdominal cavity is flooded.
Oops, all goop.
Blood and other fluids have seeped from the blood vessels, flooding the abdomen and chest areas. We have to get rid of this.
Find the ladle.
Go get a cup or a ladle.
There has got to be a better tool than a ladle. We're gonna soup ladle this out?
I think I saw one somewhere here.
You keep your soup ladle in here? Oh. We do oddly have...
I don't have all night. I'm going to need a vacuum pump.
Right.
Right. Running around for everything starts again. Why can't things be tidied away properly in this
Go talk
damn
to
mortuary?
Ridley.
I'm gonna get Ridley. I wonder what this pump is.
I wonder.
Probably in the
It's
basement.
probably in the. Got to. Just every single fucking sentence out of this guy's mouth.
Mr. Ridley? Mr. Ridley? I'll just go to the basement and check.
This game is grody? That's a word I haven't heard in a long while. Yeah, that's like one of them early 2000s words. You dug that one up. Shit. Oh, there's your guy in there. Excuse me? Okay, hold on. That repeat. Red Pete's definitely in there right now. I can't even sprint. The first cool thing in the game has happened. And I think Red Pete's in our office. Red Pete. Hack, it's Quarry. There better not be anyone scary in here. When I turn around now. Whoa! Bummer. Okay. There's just a guy who kind of sidestepped, and that was it. No. That was like, it's so weird because that was a decent little spooky kind of a thing, but he just like sauntered off to the side. And not only did he just saunter off to the side, but we said nothing. Our player said nothing. Our player was just like, nope, everything here, I don't see anything weird. Space. God. It's so loud. Is there any other spooky things? No. I don't know what is with this shed. I hope I can go in there at some point. Yeah, out here searching for any kind of spookiness.
This infernal machine.
Well, it's right here.
Wow, that's heavy. Can I fit through the door with this?
Are you calling yourself fat? Can't fit through the door?
I swear I'm going to have an accident here one day.
Red Pete's gonna ensure that.
Like Alice, when she twisted her ankle on those stairs. We were supposed to go to the mountains then. It was supposed to be our first trip since... I don't know how long. I had so much work on my mind.
Oh, look, he's right there. Also, I thought he had a little TV on, but he doesn't. There's just a light that seems to come from nothing. There's just light emanating from the table, I guess. Weird. Yeah, he's playing hide and seek. Hey, Sano, out of curiosity, do you happen to have an equipment list for your setup? What do you mean? Do you mean like for my stream? Is that what you mean?
And Alice,
Handman.
because of me, As always, she had to...
Hammond, are you talking to yourself or what?
Huh? What? No, I just...
There is a letter for you. I left it on your desk.
Letter? For me?
Yes, letter for you. Do I have to repeat myself again?
No. Thank you. Where were you? I was looking for you earlier.
Hand me. I was retrieving your letter.
Jesus, Ridley. Could you talk to me like a human being from time to time?
Nope.
I'm just answering the question.
Right.
I
Oh,
really
by the
like
way,
Ridley's voice actor.
The basement hatch is wide open. Maybe you could look into it?
Maybe.
I really like his voice actor. It's good.
A letter.
Um,
Fuck. Who delivers letters at this
A
time?
letter.
It's probably
Fuck.
been sat in his office for ages. Just didn't want to move his lazy ass.
That's just one of those things, right? A letter. Fuck. Who's delivered a letter? You know, he just this guy has no ability to react in a regular human kind of a way. He's unable. Also, there's no letter on my desk. Felon, this is a Shure SM7B. It's like the super standard Twitch, YouTube, whatever microphone that pretty much everybody uses. I have a Yamaha like XM10 mixer that it plugs into. But if you have any other questions about any other specifics, I would be happy to answer. Those kinds of questions definitely do not bug me.
We have the equipment. Now I have to place it somewhere close to the table.
How about there? On this that I moved with my mind.
Phew. I can finally put this thing down.
Also-
Alright, just... What? There's no tube? No one's used this for a long time. I
Also-
apologize to you all once again.
Nothing has sound effects. Like, putting this down on that table didn't have a sound effect. When we put the glass down on the table and we were drinking alcohol, no sound effect. It's weird. And that's like really minor because a lot of the other stuff does, but it is weird. It is weird. Maybe there's something useful in the social room. I don't think you can just find random shit to plug into your vacuum pump, but sure, man. Oh no, that's the bathroom. Good
These
scare?
lockers could contain everything we need, or simply filled with people's... screw it. There might be something in here. Yep. I'm sure I wrote the code down on a piece of paper.
Awesome. Thanks for your time. I'm transitioning from a headset to a mic, so hopping around streams and YouTube videos to get ideas. Felon, my honest suggestion is that you don't need a mic like this. This is crazy overkill. You know, I kind of fell into the trap of I was like, oh, the stream is finally getting some traction and there's more people showing up. I better get the best mic that there is. And everyone's going to say that, the Shure SM7B is going to be like, that's the best, whatever. But there's a billion mics out there, some of which are much better priced because this thing is super expensive. You don't need it. You could get a HyperX Quadcast or a Blue Yeti. There's a ton of great mics out there. You don't need to get this one. So don't let all the videos and all that shit fool you, especially if you're just trying to get situated from, with a condenser kind of a microphone. You don't need to go straight for this shit. You don't need to do it. And take that from someone who did basically that. I started with an Audio Technica. It was called like a 2035 or something. That mic was great. There was nothing wrong with it. I could have kept using that mic. It was fine. And that mic I think was like less than $100. Still a condenser mic. Still, it looked basically just like this. It was just fine. I have friends who have the Quadcast, and that mic works just fine too. But you know, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that you definitely need to. Why is there a brain? What is that? Oh, that fell over. How you doing, killer? What's up? What's up, you piece of fucking shit? Yeah, no, go get some sleep, go grab some food. I'm sure you were streaming for like 13 straight hours. We, welcome, Raiders. My name is Sonicat, and here we are. Oh yeah, crushing. So basically you were just dying a whole... No, I know the lingo. Yeah, we're playing some... It's supposed to be a spooky horror game about autopsy stuff. So if you have issues with like body horror, there's a corpse in the other room here that we have to dissect. So if you have issues with that, Raiders, this is probably not the stream for you, but otherwise welcome and strap in, because this guy's voice actor is like a 100% anime protagonist voice actor who's always screaming about everything. So just, you know, be ready for that. Locate the padlock code to get into the locker. Oh, there's not a brain in here this time.
Did I imagine something?
Yeah, I think you imagined a brain in the... Oh, okay, where... Locate the padlock code. I'm just gonna assume that maybe I wrote it down in my office. The gap between the regular talking voice and the panicked one is really funny. It is. We've been talking about this all night, but the voice actor will routinely go from like, you know, very, oh, God, I gotta do this, straight to 200%. What's going on? You know, and it's just, oh, the code is 3649. I've done it. It's 3649. Don't worry, I can solve this. 3, 6, 4. Whoop! Probably just go the other way.
Memory for numbers.
And also, again, like none of that made any noise.
What do we have here? Boxes of disinfectants, syringes,
What?
thread.
What is making noises? I don't know.
Oh, some small trinkets, accessories, antiseptics. Any other
Something
stuff?
is making a bunch of
right
noise
here.
off to the side.
I wanted to forget.
Something's making so much noise.
I regret so much. Every day. Every fucking day. I can't. I can't take it anymore. Oh, God.
There.
How do I... Phone. Oh,
What the fuck is making all this noise?
just don't think.
What? Is it the bathroom? I think the sound effect from us opening the locker door is just replaying. But it's replaying from a totally different spot. It's real weird. I don't know what the I don't know what's going on.
Office of the Medical Examiner, Beatsville.
Oh, Jack. I was hoping to catch you at work.
Hi, Dorothy. How's it going?
Good, thanks.
No, it's not a
What
telephone.
about you? You sound tired.
Tiring day at work. That's it.
You scared scared me last time we spoke.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to cause any trouble. And say what I said.
Jack, it's alright. You're not causing any trouble. I'm not surprised at all that.
No, really. I mean it. Sorry. I just... I'm fed up with myself.
You should take care of yourself. Didn't you say you wanted to stay at home longer? To rest? You know I'd pick up the slack at work.
No, I didn't. I can't. I don't want to be there.
Well, why not consider taking a trip, Jack?
Dorothy, please. I really don't have the energy for this today.
please.
No, I just wish.
Stop it. Why are you calling?
Reminder about annual drug testing. I figured you probably didn't remember.
Oh, yes. I've, had a lot going on.
Sigh.
I forgot my birthday.
Leave your samples at reception on your way home. Someone will pick them up from Ridley in the morning. Probably Steven or someone else at the station.
Sure. I'll try not to forget. Okay, well,
Jack? Try not to do anything stupid, okay? Alcohol, your medication. No, you shouldn't.
I have it all under control. I should be getting back to work.
The results should be in tomorrow. I'll call you when we know.
Right. Thanks.
Goodbye, Jack.
Bye.
Yeah.
Annual drug testing. I'll take care of it before I go home. I feel terribly weak. Wake up, Jack. Jesus.
Every fucking
I need my
sentence.
pills.
Every fucking sentence out of this guy's
There's
mouth.
Too much going on lately. I was supposed to collect the hose.
I was supposed to collect the.
Focus on your work, Jack.
Oh boy. That sound is still playing. And the letter, I don't know about the letter. We're not there right now.
Here I am. I hope that was the last long break in this session. So, let's connect the tube.
Tube connected. Do I have to do it? Set the pump to full speed. Okay. Full speed ahead. Vroom. Vacuum plus.
We turn on the machine with this amount of fluid. There's no point in holding back.
Got it. Oh, it's not connected to anything. Okay, I guess I gotta do it. Oh, here we go. Soupy, 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 soupy mess. Soupy, soupy vacuum mess.
Still a few nooks and crannies left.
Yeah, I mean, like the whole thing. Yeah. Soupy, soupy, droopy mess. Soupy, 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 droopy mess.
External
Soupy, soupy,
examinations
soupy,
did not
soupy,
reveal
droopy
any
mess.
tissue defects that would reach the internal organs. So, I expect the organs to be intact. In a way, it's quite extraordinary.
I like how he's trying to yell over the sound of the vacuum for the tape. Are we good? I can't really... There's like
Even with such severe burns, the organs are all present and correct. A reddish-pink tint indicates high carboxyhemoglobin levels, the level of which I will determine from a sample of blood. I will be inserting needle. What interests me here is not the
pay
presence of the
$7.99 for a
substance
cup of that.
itself, but rather its percentage content in the sample.
Oh shit!
But first,
I want
I'll need
someone
the
to
values
sing
for the
"Soupy
centrifuge.
Doopy Doopy Mess" during my autopsy if I ever have one. Holy shit! Retrieve the notebook from the office. You'd think that he would just keep it in here after a certain number of times where he does trips back to his
I
office.
feel like I've been here forever.
Ugh. 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 Ugh.
Jack, focus. Just a little bit
Focus.
longer.
Ugh.
Corpses recovered from the site of fire may have very different and complex histories. Burning is only at the surface. Underneath, it may be a heart attack, stroke, or pulmonary this particular case appears quite basic.
The carboxyhemoglobin. Okay, carboxyhemoglobin. This is 85% 10 minutes. Nope, not done. 85% 10 minutes.
However, I would warn against making a diagnosis too hastily. A fire victim does not always mean death.
Oh yeah,
to a
it just
smoke
it
inhalation.
zooms through it.
The centrifuge has completed its cycle. So, as usual, I will take the samples to the laboratory, and I'll be back with the results shortly.
Heladrill, how's it going? Pseudo, do you know this Pseudo, do you know this person? Is this person bothering you?
Ugh.
I swear to God, man, stop yawning.
What exactly was I supposed to test for?
Hemoglobin.
COHB. Ugh.
Carbohemoglobin.
I'll take 2 milliliters of each sample.
Got it. 2. Got it. I wonder how many different variations of just sighing and yawning they had this voice actor do. Because it seems like a lot. Okay, we're going to have you do 37 different kinds of sighs, please. No, I said hi because Stepbot said they're new. Hemoglobin. We got carboxyhemoglobin.
Death due to carbon monoxide poisoning. Carboxyhemoglobin levels at 84%.
That seems high for that.
All right, I'll note this down and perform a check of the organs.
I will note this down as we perform a check of the organs. Oh, yes! Thank you!
Where? Mr. Ridley?
Oh, finally, you guys! It only took, how many hours is this? What, we're like 6.5 hours in? Finally, a body disappears? Oh, I'm fucking excited. I can't wait for... Where did he go? What'd you do? What did you do with the body?
Why did he take that fucking body?
Where's the body? Ridley? Ridley, where's the body? Ridley, where's the body? Oh, here we go.
Why did you take the body?
I didn't
What
touch
body?
the body.
Well, the body. You know, from the autopsy room.
Christ, Hammond, I didn't take any of your bodies.
So who took it?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
But I...
Get back to work. It's late.
Okay. That was kind of uneventful. Is there like a clue in here? Like maybe if we're looking in here, we're going to see something that matters later in the game or something? No. Okay. Well, is the body just back like... Maybe the body's sitting in my office chair. Nope. Is it just back on the table? Because that would be very disappointing. No, okay, still not there. Okay. I think it's probably in the basement, if I had to guess. Like... If I really had to... And this locker's still making sounds, which is weird. Oh, it must be in the basement. All right, here we go. Your mocking voice sounded like exasperated Batman. Yeah, it kind of is. Because you don't understand. At the beginning of this game, he was going on and on about this serial killer named Red Pete. And all the time, he was like, this is Red Pete. That's Red Pete. Red Pete's back. He's doing this. You know, and everything he says is with such like an extreme sigh and an exertion. He doesn't talk normally. And it's just so... He just doesn't have like a point between 0 and 200%. It's either one or the other. And so that's what we ended up kind of giving his voice, is everything is You know? He just doesn't have a calm voice. Now that you heard my calm voice, if you want to be good and not be bummy, girl, you better give me that money. Well, I still hear the sound of the locker. Oh, is that? No, that's the test. I see in the building upstairs. Love me so. Oh, dude, ODB so good. We saw someone in one of those windows earlier, but nothing came of it. Hip Hop Soul. Earlier, Chaos Age was in here, and we were reminiscing about some of the things at work. That's a bummer that I missed it, because the scares in this game, I swear out of the 7 scares that have happened since we started this game, I feel like I've missed 5 of them. Like, they happened and I have just been looking the wrong way. Baby, I got your money, don't you worry. Said, hey. I can still hear the sound of that locker closing over and over. Oh, he messaged yesterday? Also, if you want to send me your address and when you and the missus will be at home, I will order dinner for you guys to get delivered. I would like to do that for you guys. Well, I don't know where the body is. Maybe it's in the fridge.
Something strange is happening.
Something strange. Something strange is the Joker. What do you do? Where's Harley Quinn? I don't know where this body is, man. Is it in the bathroom? Is it in the...
I don't understand what's going on.
I don't know. I don't understand what's... Take pills. Maybe that'll help. Are we feeling better? Take more. I've already
not looking to overdose.
Was I supposed to take the pills and then that solved it, and then we'll find out that the body's just in the... We'll find out that the body was on the slab the whole time? Oh, look, there it is.
I think there's... I must have been seeing things. Results.
What?
Well, then
like, did something just happen there?
Results.
Because they suddenly played the spooky music, and he said, I saw... I didn't, like, Zoink Scoob. I didn't say anything. I don't...
We can now be sure that the carboxyhemoglobin concentration was fatal. Oh. I think I should inspect the heart. The organ has a reddish-pink tint, which
it always has a reddish-pink tint.
COHB and general congestion of the organ.
Okay.
Other than that, I can cross this off my list now.
Good. Exclude heart attack. Crossed off.
We will look at the lungs more carefully.
Lungs.
On the outside, just like the heart, it is congested, and the color indicates poisoning. Thermal damage is visible here and there.
Okay.
Enough of the external exam. It's time to grab the knife and dissect the lungs. I need to check for any obstruction, burns, or clots.
I think the sound cues and the dialogue are out of sync. It definitely seems that way for quite a few of these. For quite a few of these events, like even before, earlier on in the game, stuff would happen, and the sounds kind of felt like they're the wrong time.
Right. You can see changes in the lung parenchyma caused by burns and smoke inhalation. Nothing new here.
Okay. Trachea? Trachea. Let's do the trachea.
So
Trachea.
let's complete the notes. And let's check the trachea.
Trachea. I knew that. That's what I suggested we did.
The color is the same as the rest of the organs.
Pink.
Significant congestion.
Looks... Oh, there's stuff in the trachea. I can see that.
Let's see what it looks like inside.
Oh, it says... Oh, I can't quite mark it. Okay, okay. Yeah. No, I'm great at cutting open the trachea. Watch this.
Okay.
Watch this.
Fine.
One sweep of my samurai sword. You guys ready?
There are visible burns inside, but what catches the eye the most is the amount of soot.
Soot. Lots of soot.
Looks like our subject was in the thick of the fire.
It
Let's
did
deal with
start
the
in his
final
apartment.
notes, and we're ready to go.
Okay, let's do it. Final notes.
Let's deal with the final notes, and we're ready to go.
You said that. You don't gotta repeat it.
I considered the direct cause of death to be severe carbon monoxide poisoning,
Yeah.
leading to extreme hypoxia of the body. The extreme burns on the deceased's body and respiratory tract indicate that he must have been surrounded by fire.
Right.
During
Yep.
the examination, no other factors were found that could have...
Accident.
Just need to add my John Hancock.
Okay,
and sew up the
Raiders
body.
from Killadrix's stream. I am an immature 12-year-old, and I have been signing my signature on every single one of these with a penis. So if that upsets you, I apologize, but I'm drawing dicks because that is how I've been signing my signature, and the game allows it. So, yes.
I'll close the body, trying not to damage what's left of the skin. As for stitching, well,
Make it
varies.
realistic.
It can be that so for this job, a thicker needle and heavy-duty thread. Well, everything's holding. Well, after storing the body, there's nothing left for me to do. Thank you for your attention. All the best, and good night. Ugh, my God. What an exhausting day. I need to get these gloves off and call a taxi. I
Oh,
swear I'm
actually
about to
take
pass
the...
out from
No.
exhaustion.
No, you can't actually take them off. We're going to leave them on. We're going to leave them on, as well as the apron. We're going to keep that on, too. And I can still hear the locker sound. That's still going. Oh, wait. Office. Storage, sorry.
Oh, fuck. You're in sample. Okay, this is it.
All right, gotta pee in a cup. Don't mind me, just peeing in a cup. Pee-pee time. Done.
I'm dehydrated. I
Yeah,
should
well,
drink
all
more
you
water.
drink is whiskey. So, are we surprised? Red pee, red pee.
As expected, sleeping like a log.
Excuse me?
I'm jealous.
Excuse me? I'm sorry, did you say he's sleeping? What kind of psychopath serial killer shit is that? His eyes are wide open. This man is not fucking sleeping unless he sleeps like fucking Gandalf from the fucking second Lord of the Rings movie? This motherfucker is not asleep. His eyes are wide. He is staring at a TV that doesn't exist. My guy? All right, what do you want to do? You want to call a taxi? Oh, no!
What's going on here?
Again, he just goes to 200%. He just goes straight to 200%. Ooh, what's going on here? Okay, time to call a taxi.
Hurricane Taxi, we will take you wherever the wind takes you.
Hello. I would, like to order a taxi to 574 Presley Street.
Okay, hun. All of our drivers are busy at the moment. Best I can do is within the next hour.
An hour? Oh, no. Alright. Let it be.
Can I take your name?
Jack Hanman.
Okay, thank you. Do you have our loyalty card?
No.
I'd like to set one up. For regular customers, we have discounts and extra...
Would that make the taxi get here faster?
Well...
I thought so. Thank you. Goodbye. This is already giving me a headache. Oh, Jesus, what now?
Answer the phone. Hold on. We got a follow-up call.
Yes, how can I help you?
Jack.
Oh, it's our
Why
wife.
did you do that?
Our
Why did
dead
you
wife.
do that?
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
What was that?
I can't
What the fuck?
take this seriously. I can't take this
This is some kind of
seriously.
mistake. An hour here. I need a drink.
It's just so
Oh, strong. Everything's spinning.
okay. Lay down on the sofa then, bro. I'm sure it's fine. It's so overly dramatic. Oh Jesus. Oh wow. You can just walk all the way. Okay. I gotta it's late. Okay. The weirdest thing about the game is that there's obviously a really good game under this, but the good game is marred by, in my opinion, like 2 or maybe 3 things. One is constantly, like the over dramatic VA from this guy is not it. Like it started as like a minor thing, but the deeper that we get into this game, the more that it's so unbelievable. And the problem is that they have all these other voice actors and actresses in the game that are doing really good jobs. The guy that plays Ridley, excellent. The people calling, Alice's voice actor, the other girl on the phone, like they all did really good jobs with their performances. But this guy just, it's like he got completely different direction than everyone else. And I do think probably a lot of it has to do with, you guys have been saying that this guy does anime games or like he does anime or anime games. And that's a different kind of performance. And it's just so over the top dramatic that it doesn't fit. And so it starts to make the game silly with how super over dramatic he is, and how almost not even jokingly every other word is you know, just it's crazy. And then you have all of this really cool autopsy stuff. Like they obviously dove way deep into the technical side of all of this medical like all of that, and that's great. But it's hard to get to that when it's buried under this just, okay, point and click, just follow the directions, click on this thing, now click on this thing, now this thing, now this thing. And what I really think that this game needed to be is more of an investigative puzzle game instead of a walking simulator. It should have been that you collect all the evidence and your ass has to put that shit together. You have to do the report. You got to solve the puzzle. You get all the pieces and if you don't put it together right, you fail. Go back and do it again. I think this game would be vastly improved by taking out like 40% of the dialogue of the main character. And that sucks to say because he obviously worked really hard. There's a ton of dialogue and all this, but it ain't it. It just is not it. And we've played so many games where the voice acting is so on point to a point where like I'm looking forward to hearing a certain character talk more. And if they want a really good example of a voice acting performance where someone is going crazy, but they deliver by not over dramatizing it, is We Never Left. Because in We Never Left, you have all those tapes of the character who was slowly losing his mind and who was programming that game. And that guy's voice actor fucking nailed it. Like, we should play that game again. The voice acting in that was so good. You know, as he kind of spirals down and he's on the therapist tape and then he's recording himself like carrying bodies out into the woods. It's so spot on with the voice actor in that one. It's so good. And that is definitely something to compare all of these other ones to. Yeah, also the mental illness equals scary trope, right, is old. It's super, super old. And, you know, I better go take more pills. Oh, just give me pills, right? And the whole game it's a little bit clunky and kind of buggy. Between, you know, sound effects just not playing for a lot of stuff, me missing like 90% of the scares that are happening in the game. I haven't even been seeing what's happening. I just feel like they are so close, and I bet just a couple of patches will fix most of this stuff, but they can't fix his voice acting performance unless they just start taking stuff out. I don't know how you fix that. It's so, at this point, silly that the game is not scary. The game is not scary because of the silliness of the performance. I don't know if we're going to finish it, because if there's more than just one more chapter, I don't know that I can do it. If we're on chapter 4 and this is the last chapter, I think we're good. We can push through on Monday, wrap it up, move on to something else. But if there's like a 5th or a 6th chapter, I think I'm out. I think this is one that I call it. But if we're at the end, yeah, I think we can definitely fix. I mean, the stuff is fixable because it's already breaking up the pacing of a sentence, so you could just cut those. Yeah, you could definitely do that grenade salad for sure, because there's just too much of it. There's certainly just too much of that stuff. Repeat. I'm curious as to how the game ends. That's what I certainly am curious about. Because, you know, are we dead? Is everyone else dead? Have we been in the mental asylum this whole time? Like, which trope are they going to go for, right? Who knows? It's just a little bit odd. And you know what? Maybe it could definitely be that they just didn't have enough time. Like, maybe they did the voice acting and they put it in and they're like, oh, wow. This is not what we wanted, but we don't have time to change it. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Again, I like a lot about this game, but there's just so much that make it a little bit wonky that it's hard to take seriously. It's just hard to take seriously. And that's disappointing because I was really looking forward to this. But anyway, yeah, if we're at the end, then we'll wrap it up on Monday. And then we got a bunch of other games that have come out since then that we have to play, demos and new games and stuff. But I don't regret playing it. I think that there's definitely a decent game under here. I think that it just is going to need some... I think it's going to need some polish. That's really what it comes down to, is this game needs... It needs polish. Grey Hill was certainly something. I'll tell you that. It was definitely something. Jesus. All right. Yeah, all right. I'm happy. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with what we've done here and how this turned out. Oh, my hair's looking Looking solid, like a solid fucking mess. Okay, I'm gonna raid you guys over to Dan Srirachi. It's Friday, as I always tell you guys. You know, it's Friday going into the weekend. I hope you guys have a great weekend. I hope that if you get to go and relax, and you know, if you want to have some drinks, have some drinks. Just please be safe. If you drink, don't drive. Just make sure you're making smart decisions. Be kind to each other. And that's really it. Just enjoy your weekend. Relax, and then we'll see each other again on Monday. All your favorite friends will be here again for a good time. Until then, have a great night. I love you. I always tell you, you can spend your time on Twitch. You spend your time on Twitch anywhere, but you spend all these hours with me, and it's lovely. And that's it.